Hey yo, everybody! This thing on? Testes, testes 1, 2, check. Yeah. Okay, so I got some things that are messed up. I'm already noticing as far as I can. Lots of editing here. So this is a first time ever. I know it's been a freaking hot minute. As far as streaming, I guess on the Twitch platform, I guess. But I've got lots of things figured out. I guess as far as PCs repaired. Got all the things that I need, I guess, as far as to potentially put up something that hopefully isn't a hot mess. And we're just going to see how this goes. It may not turn out to be, I guess, too long of a stream. But we're going to give this a go, just to kind of see what's up with this here. Welcome anybody coming in, I guess, as far as it does. I'm going to stop by here, I guess, while I'm just fine-tuning, I guess, some things on my end, I guess, as far as to make sure everything is running smooth. But, yeah, we out here. So far everything seems to be running just fine. So amongst the things that I mentioned as far as like figuring some things out, do not have a video card on the repaired PC. So the PC I've been using for the better part of 7 to 8 years, which is a 3rd gen i7, does not have a video card and or GPU. So I am running entirely off the motherboard onboard. So that's something I definitely want to stress out. Now, as far as being able to do the things I like to do on the PC without streaming, seems to work just fine. So this is why I figured I'll give this a shot. So I've been kind of, playing around with things. I've posted some things out there, things that I've worked on since I've gotten the PC back almost about a month ago. It's been a little bit of a rebuilding process here, I guess, as far as to get the things that I need, get it all back up in order there. The new PC is still on the way. That's still a go, I guess, as far as that. That should be here approximately by June 24th, so before the end of this month. That's tentative, of course. That's all depending on... I am having it built by a company that I have never worked with before. So this is going to be my first venture into having a PC built without doing it myself. All previous PCs that I've done has been kind of buying the parts, putting it together and stuff like that. So this is definitely a little bit of a learning experience for me, I guess, as far as to get the things that I really need to have in the PC and then some. So with all that being said, I didn't really have a game plan as far as what I wanted to cover during this impromptu rendition of Spline Design Studios Saturday. I've missed doing these quite a bit, to be honest. I got giddy as far as getting the PC back, getting it repaired, understanding that it could be repaired. I've just been like, just head with my chicken with my head cut off. Words are hard. And just trying to get caught up on all the things that I haven't been able to do. It's not having the PC. So just stress testing it. Been stress testing it since I've gotten it back. Like I said, it's probably going, it's about 3 weeks now, I want to say, and just ensuring, I guess, everything is good to go. So one of the things that I have been really getting into, I guess, again, with the 3D modeling, this is all on that subject, I guess, as far as what we're doing this stream for is the creative process there. So 3D modeling and kind of learning my way, I guess, through Blender. There are some very similar, very good similarities between my primary 3D modeling program of choice, which is 3ds Max, but also with Blender. There's still some things that are a little bit hinky with me, I guess, as far as how Blender does work, but understanding that a lot of these newer games do tend to use Blender. And when I say that, as far as like games that I like to play too, as far as like Farming Simulator by Giants software, so it tends to use that more on the primary as opposed to 3ds Max. So this is why I've really tried to step out of my shell, break out of the shell, I guess, as far as just using exclusively 3ds Max and venture into other programs, and at least having a more diverse palette of things that we can create things with, right? So it's keeping your mind open, I guess, as far as to not be stuck one thing. Nothing wrong with still using, I guess, programs that you're used to, but to understand that there's even better things that you can do with other programs like Blender. So that's something I've definitely divulged into in this downtime, I guess, as far as getting the PC back and all this stuff, and still waiting, I guess, the new one. So I appreciate everybody bearing with me, I guess, on this. So with all that being said, let's see if we can dive into one of the latest things that I have been working on, and it does fall into that category of Farm Sim 19. FS22, Farm Simulator 22, will be coming out prior to the end of this year. So for anybody that wasn't aware, I'm not going to go into all the details, and that information's out there, I guess, to take a look at. I am super excited, I guess, for that coming out. I have been trying to play and catch up, just like everything else, with my Farm Sim game, just play through during that, having the PC and all that downtime. So that's probably what I'm going to focus on initially, for a while, and not necessarily focus on FS22 once it comes out. And that's just, like I said, as far as just I want to get all my money's worth, I guess, out of FS19 that I haven't been able to play with the next one coming out there. Because the way I've played Farm Sim, I guess, all the way through this, all the renditions of it, all the way back to 15, was I play it through till I've got next to 1,000 or more hours into it, which I haven't been able to accomplish with Farm Sim 19, even with the modding. And I just feel like I want to get close to that point and whatever's before I start to enjoy the new rendition. Because there's still some things I haven't been able to finish up projects-wise, I guess, in Farming Simulator 19. So let's take a look. We're gonna switch this over here. Switch gears. So as I was saying, it's a very minimal what I can do on this PC. Turn down. Let's add off. There we go. Still trying to work my way through this here. It's been a minute since I've had to do the streaming thing here. I do notice there's some things I need to edit on the overlay there, but that's not a big deal. Yep, time's up. That's all good to go. Okay. Yeah, so let's see if I can bring this up here. I don't know how this is gonna work. I just got all the cables, as I have tweeted out, I guess, as far as so it's probably going to be a matter of reconfiguring, I guess, these displays here, the monitors, so that I can get what I need to show up on the stream. So here's my Blender file. So I'm gonna get right into this with Blender. I mentioned Blender already, and this version here. And I've been playing around with some ATS stuff. That's the SES plugin, whether that was populating in there. So, okay. So this is version 2.79. I don't have the latest version. And part of that reason for using the older version as opposed to the newer one is the plugins. It's getting used to it. The newer versions do have a lot of updated UI. So it's like if you've already divulged into the older versions like that, and if you get into the newer version of Blender, you're going to be lost because, yeah, there's a lot of wholesale changes that they made to Blender as far as the UI and where things are located. So it's like I've been, for lack of a better way to put it, I've been working myself through 2.79 while all these newer versions of Blender are coming out there, and it's just like I've attempted, I guess, to navigate myself and work my way through the newer versions of Blender. I just get lost because I'm so used to, and I'm privy, I guess, to the 3ds Max. So it's really of no consequence, I guess, as far as it's just I'm so versed in whatever into that it makes it a little bit more difficult to understand it. So I've had several people, I guess, even help me, I guess, as far as to navigate my way through the use of Blender. So let's open up a Blender file. So something I've been working on, and it is based on a default Giants model, right? So just to kind of understand how the texturing, the material palette is applied to a piece of equipment. So we'll go through all that. This is what I've been learning myself. I'm just putting out there, I guess, as far as what I've learned. Okay, so that should be on my desktop, which is this file right here. Oh, it's loading up the... So yeah, it's the SDS Blender tools. Like I said, I've been playing around with some American Truck Simulator ATS, and there's a plugin for this version of Blender, and that's what's populating there. Still a lot to understand and figure out, I guess, with that too. So I won't bore everybody to death, I guess, as far as that goes. So what you're looking at here is a hood or what they consider to be a bonnet for a tractor. You can kind of get the idea of where the headlights go. You've got some additional lights here. This is where the John Deere. This is based on a John Deere. I think it's I forget which series it is. One of the series of John Deere. So this is a hood for that. This is where the grill would go. This opening. And I'm going to get into Giants Editor just to kind of show you what I've done. So what I've done with this model is it had like these fins, these openings here, up in this area as well. So I remodeled this or whatever to remove that, so you have the ability of being able to put, like a farm, like your farm logo or something on here, and it still gives adequate amount of ventilation. So as far as the accuracy or the realism of it, it would still give you that based on. So that's just to give you an idea of what's going on here, and I'll open up Giants Editor here in a second. Oh, don't tell me it's going to make me focus on this all the time. What? Tell me. Probably. Yep, so that's something else that I've been looking a lot into as far as copyright claims on background music. It's a huge thing across pretty much any streaming platform, to include YouTube, Twitch. Doesn't seem to matter. As far as the copyrights, as far as DMCA strikes and things like that. So currently I'm using a YouTube studio audio library kind of playlist type of thing there, and I'm just kind of going through it to see which ones will work for doing this type of stream. So yeah, looks like it's forcing me to have to be focused on this page in order to be able to, which is kind of all right. Just so I know what's going on with that. So back to Blender here. So what you see here is what is considered UV, same as 3ds Max would be. So as far as your UVW mapping, so you still have to map the different areas of the model to correspond. Now you might ask, as far as like, why are they all in these different locations? Well, part of that. Soundtrack went off. Hopefully it comes back there. I might have to skip that one. Alright, we'll go with this one. That one seemed to crash. Alright, no problem. Alright, so as I was saying, these UV mappings for different areas of the model. So like these different areas correspond to a different material that gets applied to the model. So be it, if it's a matte finish, if it's metal, plastic, what have you. That's where this plugin for Giants Editor comes into play here. All these different materials correspond to these different mappings. So the different parts of this model, that's where the faces, that's what's considered in Blender, as opposed to calling them polygons. It's still relatively the same thing. That's something else that I've learned while working my way through the Blender here. The terminology and the semantics, I guess, as far as what things are called, tend to be different. So like I said, as far as like polygons, as we come to know them, I guess as far as doing stuff in 3ds Max, are faces, which is still the same but a little bit different as far as just how it's termed in Blender. Anything when you're looking up things for Blender in specific, using the term polygons doesn't necessarily relate. You want to call it a face. So anything that's in here, as far as in the user interface, it'll consider that as a face. So even down here, because I've got this in this mode, faces mode. If you're looking for polygons, you're not going to find it. That's been one of the many things, I guess, as far as that I've struggled with, is to kind of understand the differences between how Blender functions and 3ds Max functions. Yeah, so if I highlight, say for example, some of these polys, you can see how they light up here. Over, so you can see the different areas will light up as far as where these faces exist on this one. So like I said, this area here would correspond to like a color matte 0, which will give you options in Giants Editor as far as based on Giants shader, which is an XML. It's a shader that you can apply to the model, and it allows you to manipulate that color and the look of that material for that area of the model independently. So if I go to, I can't remember what key that was now, I think it's C, yeah. So this gives you a little selection tool, and you can just highlight these different areas. For example, it's going to highlight a bunch of things, but you can see how this lights up here. And this, and because, and this is another thing that so if you're in this tool, so you can make this bigger or smaller, in order to move around, this is something else that I've struggled with, and I'm still learning. You have to be out of this tool. So like once you've got everything selected that you want there, you have to right click out of it to get out of it, and then it'll let you move around. So just things like that. So you can see all these different polys, these faces that are lit up in different areas of here. They represent different materials and different color mattes. So color matte 0, what I like that, and it allows you, and I'll show this in Giants Editor just to kind of give you an idea of what's going on with the model. Get a better look, but that's just to give you an idea. But these are amongst the many things that I've been educating myself on with Blender to understand what's going on with it. Now, as far as still modeling in 3D in Blender itself as opposed to 3ds Max, that's still a learning curve to me. As far as how things, to use similar functions and similar processes in 3ds Max in comparison, is much different in here. Much different in here. And I'm used to or even comfortable with at this point, but okay, so now that we've gotten a look at what this is in Blender, I'm going to go ahead and open up this model in Giants Editor. So that's going to be not that one, this one here. Bring this up here real quick. Gotta readjust some things here. Give me a second. Okay, so this is the model we're working on. So we're gonna open this up in Giants Editor, up to the latest version here, and I can kind of show you how I've applied this edited model of this hood or bonnet for this tractor. And this happens to be a sprayer. It's a model R4023. So it's like from 2008, 2009. Knows what it represents. Not that it was built in that time frame, but just this is what the model represents, model year wise. All right, so get this here. So the new bonnet has already been applied to this, and I can kind of show you. I almost wish I would have kept the original, but I can kind of show you where this bonnet comes from. I believe it's in a John Deere 6RM or 6M series. I can show that default model, the Giants model. So this is the model that I've shown in Blender applied to the actual deal here. So this is all the UDIM applied to it. You can see it's got like a painted metal type of look. This has got the wear and the dirt already applied to it based on the specular mapping. And that's a whole nother process. This is all using default stuff. So all I've done is take the bonnet and the hood from a default Giants model and edited it to take out those openings, like I'm saying here, to make a flat surface here. That's on both sides. See? So there are some anomalies that I've noticed that I've got in this thing yet. As far as so there might be some tweaking that I need to do on it. for sure, but kind of get the idea as far as what. I had a little bit of trouble on the one side in comparison to the other, as far as just getting everything to look nice and smooth. But yeah, so getting into the shader, how you apply the shader to this thing. So let's go into the hood. It doesn't really matter which one you pick, but I'm just gonna go ahead with the hood because that's what we're primarily focusing on here. That's hood, so that's the hood. And the way this is broke down to be able to manipulate these different parts is pretty critical. Having it all as one piece is going to make it a lot harder just to get things to, basically line up the way you want it to. Hey, Fluky, how we doing? Yeah, I am. Yeah, it was kind of like an impromptu thing. Trying things out here. So far it seems to be working out good. I'm running entirely on onboard video. If that even makes sense. Yeah. So repaired PC and all. Here we are. So that's I just started. It was like, okay, what time is it? And it's just like I started playing around with this stuff here, and I'm just sharing, I guess, as far as what I've learned with Blender, because as far as with the Giants editor, Farm Sim and all that stuff. And figure why not? I mean, it could be a hot mess. It could still turn out to be a hot mess. I don't know yet. You hate Blender? Yeah. I'm I don't want to put it, and I've already mentioned it, but it's like I'm learning my way through it. I don't like it, and I think it's primarily because I'm so used to 3ds Max. I'm so versed. I got the better part of over a decade, I guess, of experience with Max, and just the just the way you navigate yourself through Max in comparison to Blender is totally different. Totally different. So, and that's what I hate about it. I wish it was more native than it is. And from what people tell me, I guess the newer versions of Blender, I'm using currently here version 2.79. And that's just for my learning experiences. Once I learn this, well, I divulge potentially, I guess, into the newer versions of Blender, which I guess are much better, right? But I didn't want to confuse myself so much because, like I said, I'm so privy to 3ds Max. So, and that's very easy to do. Now, if you're new, like a novice modeler, I would highly recommend that you get into, I guess, the newer versions of Blender as opposed to starting out with an older one, because you're just going to confuse yourself, because they've done so many wholesale changes to Blender in the newer versions in comparison to this one. You would get lost easily, as probably even more so than I have, especially if you're new. But it's really not that bad. It's not that bad when you think about it. It's like once you get into it and you get a workflow and just an overall flow, I guess, with doing it, it's not that bad. Not bad. The fact that I've come this far, be able to understand how the materials get applied to even something as simple as this hood, and this is all based on a default Giants model. Make that abundantly clear. It's not something that I created, because like I said, as far as being able to navigate through Blender, I'm still a noob. I'm still wet behind the ears. So taking a model that I know is already built and has some construct to it, and understand how the mapping of the different materials get applied to it, it's going to help evolve that process of learning, how to do that for something from scratch. So potato, right? I'll tell you, even with the minimal knowledge that I have with Blender, if you've had even the slightest bit of general knowledge, I guess, of 3D modeling at all, as far as to understand what UVW unwrap, as far as texturing and all that stuff is, it's not that hard to really pick it up. I mean, it's not. Blender, that's one thing I will say with Blender, just to kind of give them a little bit of kudos. They make it very easy. There's a lot of information out there, and it can get very winded. As far as you can get lost in it, as far as the information that's available for Blender. Well, if you take the time to actually understand it, watch the tutorials, Blender themselves, the creators of it, they have lots of information there. That's where I've gotten to where I'm at now, to be honest. And it's like, like I said, if you have at least that, and even an ambition, I guess, to want to know how to do it, it's not that difficult. Now, if you don't have any patience, I've always mentioned this, it doesn't matter what modeling program that you have. When you're getting into the realm, I guess, of 3D modeling, if you don't have patience, this is probably not going to be for you. So it's 3D modeling is definitely not for everybody. You know, you have to have the patience, you have to have, you know, just the overall ambition to, I guess, to be able to want to do it. So you can put a logo on my tractors. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. You can do that. Do you do that with Giants Editor, or do you just do that? You can do like what they consider to be ad strips, right? The problem that I've seen, this is why I'm doing this bonnet for this particular tractor. This has a contour to it. When you apply just the flat planes in Giants Editor that you can do and apply texture to that, right? You don't get that contour of the piece that you're trying to put it to, so it's kind of like a band-aid, in my opinion. And there's nothing wrong with doing it, don't get me wrong. But if you really want a contoured logo... Whoa!
Hey, bud.
What's up? What's happening? Racer James coming in with that hot and heavy with a Twitch Prime. Isn't that Twitch Prime? I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Racer James. I know I've been out of doing this streaming thing, I guess, for quite a while, but I think you've been applying that Twitch Prime even on my absence here. And, you know, if I'm mistaken on that, you can correct me on that. But I appreciate that support, Racer James, and welcome on in. Very impromptu rendition of Spline Design Studios Saturday. I do plan on making this a regular thing, especially once the new PC gets here, right around next week. So we're looking at the time frame. It's tentative yet, but they keep me informed as far as like where it's at, as far as I'm getting it built by a company. And it's the first time I've ever done that. I've always built my own PCs, so, but the fact that they're definitely willing, I guess, to work with you as far as like making sure that you get what you want, that's what kind of makes it worth more the while. Yes, sir, been trying to. Hey, and I'd appreciate that. Was out storm damage chasing, got oh, you got storm damage? Wait, yikes. Hope everything is alright over there. Can't build in stage A, way too oh yeah, you know, and I'm not gonna try and boast here. I'm sure everybody's aware that's tried to build a PC yourself, it's ridiculously high. And even to get this one, this is the most reasonable company that I've found. Very reputable. I haven't had a problem with them yet, even in this time frame of them, you know, how long they're taking, I guess, to build it. They keep me informed. If I've got, you know, it's like, where are we at? They send me an email, like, this is where we're at. You know, it's like, we're congested, blah, blah, blah. So they're keeping me up to date with what's going on. They're just not leaving me hanging. It's like, where's my stuff? You know, they very much appreciate, I guess, as far as, and they understand, this company seems to understand, I guess, as far as the seriousness, I guess, of the situation, I guess, as far as the way the market is for especially video cards and things like that. It's, yeah, they understand that. So yeah, a couple twisters near Fort Recovery. I don't know where that's at. I'm assuming that's near you. And a few oh, yikes. Yeah, well, yeah, hopefully, yeah, that's kind of scary. That was new PC, Fluky. So yeah, I don't know how it's gonna work out once I get the new PC. What I'm gonna do with this PC being repaired and not even understanding, I guess, as far as that it was gonna be repairable at all. I posted out there, I tweeted out, I guess, as far as the little module, whatever, on the motherboard that could actually be repaired, and the fact that it was like very inexpensive, you know, in comparison, I guess, to buying a new PC. So if the takeaway from that should be, if you've got a broken PC, get it checked out. Take it, you know, if you've got a local PC shop, which I did. See, I'm gonna give you all. I'm gonna step back here a little bit. I'm gonna get on my soapbox. So, what I had done, I totally wrote off the old PC. I was just like, I'm gonna sell it, see what I can get for it, and apply that against the new one, right? That was my intention. I went to my local PC shop. He's like, do you want me to bench test it? I'm like, what's it gonna cost me? I'm like, I don't want to spend any more on this than I need to. I was like, I want to get a new one, so on. He's like, well, tell you what, if I bench test it, and I find something wrong, we'll go from there. I'm like, okay, cool. So he put it up, he bench tested it, found out exactly what was wrong. It's like, yep, it's only going to cost you this much to do it. And it was like less than $100 to get it fixed. I'm like, okay, he did it that day. It took him like 3 hours in total to bench test it to find out exactly what was wrong and repair it. And I took it home that same day. It was like, sweet. But the problem was I'd already put the order in, I guess, for the new PC. And I'm like, crap. So now I've got the new PC still on its way. So moral of the story is I don't know what I'm going to do with this one. I might do a dual stream, do a PC setup, because this current PC that I have, as far as the repaired one, it still runs Windows 7, and there's a lot of programs on there that tend to like using Windows 7 as opposed to Windows 10. The new PC will obviously have Windows 10 Home, so I'll have that palette as far as like having options to be able to run different programs, possibly on different PCs. That's still in the I gotta work out the logistics for that to see how that's gonna work anyway. Spider-At coming on in there. Yes, thank you, Spider-At. Welcome on in. You've been watching circuit board repairs. Yeah, it is really cool. If you would have noticed, I was there. I was watching the guy at the repair shop that I had that I was gonna sell it, just to kind of keep that clear. I was, my mission going there was just to sell it. I didn't want to put any more money into it, and yeah, the whole process that he took to do it, as far as to repair that little module, whatever that was broken and needed to be replaced on it, it was pretty interesting to see. He had to heat it up and all this jazz to get it loose and yada yada. It's like, whoa, it's over my head, that's for sure. But it was pretty cool to see it in action. It was well worth the money too. I mean, as far as the time it took him, I guess, to do all that, and the part itself is probably the cheapest part. I think I can't even remember what he told me. I think the part itself only cost like $10 or something like that. It was ridiculous. But to do the bench testing to find out what was actually wrong, and the time for him to actually put the repaired piece on there, yeah, well worth it. And that's, like I was saying, that should be the takeaway. If you've got a shop that's near you, give them the opportunity, I guess, to do that and work with them. It's like, if you find something wrong, how much is it going to cost me? That's what I did, and that seemed to work, so I'm better for it. Oh wow. So yeah, I've got the bot going there too, and I'm just double checking. There's some of the timers that are in it might be off, so just checking some things out here. So yeah, Spider-At came in. Oh, so you had one halfway between Dayton and Toledo. Holy crap. No, it's been beautiful weather up here. It's been in like, the upper 70s, 80s, lower 80s, I guess, for the most part. We did get a little bit of rain, some isolated stuff, but nothing too severe. And it's like, it's been nice. I'm digging it. If it stays this way for the rest of summer, I won't complain. But yeah, Fluky was mentioned as far as, yeah, so that's something I was getting into here. So this is part of the reason why I really wanted to understand as far as how Blender worked. I took out, and Racer James, I know you came in a little bit later, so I was kind of showing how the UVW mapping works on a model in Blender. So you've got this material editor that's specific to FarmSim, as far as for Giant Software, and all these different coordinates for these panels that got lit up in this side correspond to a different material based on a gloss, matte, plastic, metal, whatever on this model. So it's like you can see where they're lit up here as far as like what they correspond to. And what I was showing was how that gets applied in here. So I've got the hood itself. This is the edited hood, and there's still some tweaking I need to do on it for sure. There's still some smoothing I need to do on these panels. So basically what this had was some vents down on the bottom here, and see if I can focus this. So it had some vents up on this portion. I took those out and covered those. I filled that in on both sides so that you had the option to put a decal on your, be it your farm logo or whatever you want to do. and use that as a surface for that instead of having that grill. It's got enough ventilation on this thing, I felt, that it could do that, because all this front here, this is all grill, right? So you can see the mesh for that. So this is the new model already applied to this is a sprayer. It's a R4023, and I don't know who originally created this model, so I don't take 100% credit, I guess, on creating the original model, but this bonnet, or this hood, comes from a default Giants model, right? So it has, as you can see on here, as I was mentioning earlier, as far as it's got all the wear and the dirt based on the specular mapping already applied to it, and that's why you see all these different coordinates on here. This is what they consider what Giants calls UDIM. And I don't remember, it's an acronym, but I can't remember exactly what it stands for. But basically what it allows you to do is you don't need any textures, no textures, other than your specular mapping for your wear and your dirt and your normal map. That's pretty much all you need. In all actuality, you don't even need all that either. But what that allows you to do, and that's what I was in the process of going to show, with all these different coordinates that you have on this, even this particular piece of this hood, you can manipulate the colors and how that appears. So if I highlight that specific piece, which is this, so this piece here that I've got highlighted here in Giants Editor is this piece here. And with what I've done here, I can change based on the shader, the Giant shader. It's in color matte 0, so most of this, all of this that's highlighted here, it's all based on color matte 0. And that's one of the coordinates that's in here based on Blender. So if I was to highlight this whole thing, you'd see a majority of it be down in this coordinate, which is the color matte 0. So any color that I apply based on the shader in that color matte is going to change. That's what I'm going to show here. Yep, so that's working. Thanks for testing that out, Racer James. The shot, the slots, it's all there. Right? Yeah, so it's a good thing that's... thanks for testing that out. I did throw it up there just to make sure that it is still working there. Yeah, it seems to be there. So for anybody that wants to check their units of fluids too, those should also be present as well. Exclamation point fluids. That is the bot currency that you have in there. You also have the channel points, which are also fluids for the channel. Those are the Twitch points. Those are totally separate from the bot, but there are some redemptions in there too. That's something else that I've applied in my downtime, as far as to there's some redemptions there that you can do in the form of even some sound bits. So if you've got channel points, as far as the fluids in the form of Twitch channel points down below the chat, there's some redemptions that you can potentially trial with there too, if you so choose to want to do that. And I do plan on applying some different redemptions there too. I got some ideas for that stuff, so be on the lookout for that. So yep, looks like they're still there for you. Beat. Noise. So you did the shot slots. You didn't do the risk. There's also an exclamation point risk. You can gamble. You can either get yourself, you can gain yourself some fluids or lose some fluids. So be aware of that, as opposed to the scold and the slots. Yep. The risk. Well, you got 27. Not a whole lot. And that ranges. I think it's either nothing, or it can go either way as far as taking away or adding it. It's like, I think I got it up to as much as 100 for that. So they kind of gave some clarity on that. Yeah, bot missed you too, right? Hey, thanks for coming back, buddy. Appreciate it. Okay, so yeah, where I was at there. So on this piece here, I can change in this color matte 0 based on the shader. Let me see if I can pull this out. Might be a little bit easier. This material editing, all these can be pulled out. Just kind of show how this works. Oh, I don't want it there. Right there. So these are all the shader settings based on all the different color mattes for this particular piece, right? So this shader here, it points to the default. I got Farm Sim on Steam, right? And so that's a relative value, or I should, not relative. It's relative to where you've got it, your Steam installed, as opposed to the game. So wherever you put that, it's not going to be relying upon. So like if I do these edits to this model and I send it to somebody else, it's still going to work, right? it's not going to be relative to or absolute to my system, right? So that's the beauty of this one here, and it eliminates the necessity of having cluttered amounts of textures into your model. So all this is controlled just with a shader, and you can control the color of that, and I'm going to show that here. So in color matte 0, that's what this line is, based on how it's UDIM, the material edit, the material UVW coordinates. But right now I have these numbers here relate to this John Deere green color. Okay, so if I change, say, even this first number, and this is all based on RGB. So all these numbers are RGB. And then this one here is if this one's a fourth value that there's a sheet that I tend to go by, I guess, as far as that gives you, if you want it to be painted metal, plastic, glass, leather, fabric, all kinds of stuff. 0 is painted metal. So I usually keep that at 0 for doing these types of pieces, and that gives it that painted metal look. And that's why it's looks the way it does. It's got that sheen on it. I got one light in here that gives that. That's why I get the look that it has. Okay, so if I change this red value to say 8.8, see how it changes. And I can, so say I wanted this to be a red piece. So right now it's kind of like orange, right? And that's the way to look in the game. So depending on how I set it in here, and if you do scripting to allow color change within the store when you buy it in the game, you can have that too. And that's what I want to do with this model. I want to be able to have it color changeable. And that's what the beauty is with UDIM. You can have it just be whatever color you make it in here and leave it at that. Don't script it any further and just leave it that color. Or you can have the option in the store when in the game itself to be able to change that. Give it the look that you want. So if there's a favorite color you want your piece of equipment to be, you can do that if you want. That's what's kind of nice about it. Okay. So right now it's kind of orange. So like if I wanted to use, like, say, a case red, just for an example, I can change these values. Zero these out first. This is not the there's a particular value for case red, but like I said, these are all based on RGB. So like if I change this to a higher value, 0 to 1, that's the values between RGB. But right now it's just more red than anything. There it is. That's not that's similar to, there's this particular values for case, but that gives you somewhat of an idea. So if you wanted to make this look like a case sprayer, you could do that. And whether or not it's just in Giants Editor here or in the, leave that option. There's additional, and I've applied some of that to this model already to make a configuration in the store so that you can make that color changeable. So I can change what color is initially applied to it as opposed to buy, a sprayed color option. So let's look at the XML. With that being said, and cancel that. Let's bring that over here. I'm glad this is working out so far. Stream's running smooth. I haven't any drop frames. It's freaking awesome. And this is all, if I haven't mentioned it already, I know some Racer James, you came in. I'm running entirely on onboard video. So this is kind of surprising me a little bit. The fact that I've got Blender running, I'm streaming it, doesn't seem to be phasing this system at all. And I am using CPU encoding, obviously, because GPU encoding, as far as because it's just using onboard, that would not work well. I have done some local testing, I guess, about doing that, and it's PC's like, I don't think so. Yeah, just onboard video. I just got the cables today. Earlier today, I ordered new cables so that I could use the DVI slot for all 3 monitors. So I got my DVI slot, my HDMI, and my display. So I got cables. I ordered those sometime last week, and I just got them today. And I'm like, sweet. So I hooked it all up, and here we are. So that was one thing I was waiting on, I guess, as far as to get. There was absolutely no way I was going to try and stream this type of stuff with using one monitor. That just wasn't going to fly. So, yeah, I just figured, and that's when I tweeted it out. I guess here we are, like I said. So far it seems to be working all good. fantastic. We're getting Fluky came in, and Racer James showed up. Spider Ed showing up. We got probably some other lurkers out there. Appreciate the lurks out there. Just to come stop by and whatever you're doing out there. Appreciate you. Okay, so getting into the scripting. This is for this model, and right now it's still labeled as the R4023 self-propelled sprayer. Was that a redemption? Did I do that as a I can't remember now. Yep. So that's one of the sound alert redemptions for the channel points. Thank you for testing that out, Racer James. That one's also available in the that sound effect is also available in the audio commands. So I'm kind of playing around with that a little bit, I guess, as far as to see which redemptions are popular in the channel points redemption as opposed to the bot. But you can use that same command in the bot too. So I think it was this one. Yeah. So that's the same one that's in there too. So just to kind of give you an idea. So whether that might change too. So just so you know. So yeah, thanks for testing that out. So those commands are working. Redemptions, the channel point redemptions are working too. So if you got the channel points, you know, as far as the fluids for the channel points, go ahead and use those. I try to keep them a little, you know, reasonably priced anyway. I don't want to get too crazy on it. And they automatically put them on a cooldown when you use the channel point redemptions. So that's kind of nice, the way Twitch has got that design to do sound alert redemption. It automatically puts it on a cooldown. So once it's been used once, I think it's I forget how many minutes or how long the duration is, but until somebody can use it again. So that's kind of nice. It's kind of a little built-in feature. But yeah, getting into the scripting here for this particular model, to add that option in the store to make the color change, put that all the way to the bottom here. There's still some things that definitely need to be cleaned up with this model. Like I said, I don't take any credit for the original creation of this one. This was done by someone else, and that's usually present in the mod desk here, which gives you all the information. So this is how the mod would show in your mods list. So like when you go into Farm Sim, this is the information that would show based on the C data and all that stuff, what's going on with it, who created it, and so on. To give some clarity here. So Farm Sim USA is the one that originally did this model, so whoever that is, I don't take any credit for it, but I did put notations in there of what I've done to it so far in the C data, and I haven't shared this. This is all just a private edit up until whether I make this available publicly or not, that's still yet to be determined. That's going to be, and I'm leaving all the credits in here for the original creator. All this information will show in your mods list as far as if you're to load this into the game. To include, they've added some change the mod title and the category and all that jazz. So yeah. So going through this here, this is what I like about Farm Sim 19. Ever since they came out there, what they use in Farm Sim 19 are what are called i3D mappings. And what that allows you to do is use the actual name of the node that's in Giants Editor. So I'm going to use something a little bit more simpler. So I'm going to go down to something that I color matted here, that I UDIM'd. So let me see. I broke this up a little bit here just to kind of give me a little bit of clarity. And it's not perfect by any stretch. So yeah, these grids here, for example. Grid 02. So like what you can do with this i3D mapping, this is the node for it. And that's what, as far as the scripting of the model needs, as far as what it requires, it needs the node. But the fact that the i3D mapping allows you to use the name, so you don't have to put this long ass node into the areas that need to define certain functions of the model. You can use just the name, and that makes it much more simpler than using the long node. I need to get in the wrong spot. Alright, so if I go to grid 02, that's the piece here that it's referring to in the i3D mapping. If I can take this name instead of this node, right? I plug that in there, and I'm gonna show this in here. So the i3D mapping, grid 02, that's the node. Now I can apply this grid 02, which is the name, up here, and I can do a search actually. Go find. And now I can just use that name up here instead of the node, right? And that's what I like about, especially applying this type of feature, you know, as far as the color changing options here. So this grid actually has 8 different components to it. That's why they're on several different color mats. So each of these, if I want them all to be the same color, I have to set that properly. So right now I got it to the Case IH red. This, you know, and I was just playing around with it because it normally starts off as the John Deere green. So I wanted to see that actually change in the game. So that's why I've got it set to Case IH red. And there's a particular value for that. So just to show all these different color mats that are on this grid 02 piece, I'll zoom in on this just to kind of give you an idea. And this is all based on default Giants. This is a default Giants design. This is not my own. Make that clear. Let me go ahead and pull it. So if I pull this out, all these different color mats are used on this one piece here. Just to show. Right now, got in grids. That's interesting. Sorry. 4. Let's set this to 108. Probably just. So that's one piece. Let's change all of these. What are you doing? There. So you can see how that changed right here. So that's one piece of that vent, that grill. I changed the orange. Now if I go to this one, you'll see another chunk of it. That must have been really small. 8. Yeah, they're really small chunks. It uses every color mat, and that's what that's how I came to the conclusion. It's like, holy crap. Yeah, I gotta use all these color mats to change that color I want. Why is that? Go through all this just to hopefully it cooperates with you. Okay, so all 7 color mats. Not changing. Anyway, this is the conclusion I came up to, and I don't understand. This is one of the things that has kind of confused me too. So the fact that it's not changing in here, definitely when you put it in the game, it does require to have all this in here because it's using every single color mat, all 8 color mats to actually make this change. And that's why I've got it scripted as such. So that the way that's UV mapped on the model, that piece there, it requires all 8 color mats. And all these other pieces, like the cab, and these names, you can call these whatever you want. Generally what you try to do is name them the same as the material that you've got applied. Let's select the hood again. So like this one is named just M mat for the hood. So you would technically, you know, you don't have to have, that's probably a good mention, you don't have to have these material names or these different materials named the same as it is in Giants Editor. What's critical when you script it is that these match throughout. So this will carry down to here. So this is where you define which color mats are used to change the color. And then down here is what do you want that color to be based on, and this is the base configuration. And I'll go into the game, I'll try to, but basically what this will do is this will actually bring up a color swath in the store. This area here, that's what that'll do, is it brings up that color swath for that material and allows you to change that color in the store. That's what this piece here does, this whole section here. What this does up here is just define which areas are colorable, if that makes sense. I'm trying to put it as simplistic as possible. You need these 2 pieces as far as this base material section and this base material configurations, and then in this case I got a design configuration for the tank. There's a tank on it that you can change that independently from the rest of the model. So this tank that's on here can be changed independently based on a design configuration. And that's the things that I love about Farm Sim as far as just the versatility in this. So this design configuration for the tank, I think currently I have it load in the game as white. Let's see what I did. Yeah, so I have it as shared white, so that when in the store it'll actually load as white. And you have to have this one set as well as this default color index. And there's a certain order in the color swaths as far as the default colors for the Giants colors that are built into the engine itself that will coordinate, I guess, as far as what that. So you have to have this set as well as up here in the base material set. That's critical if you want a particular color to show in the store, at least anyway. And I'll try, like I said, I'll try to show that in the. I'll tell you what, I haven't tested it since I've gotten the monitors all hooked up here, but I'm lucky if I get like 15 to 20 frames in Farm Sim with this setup. So it definitely needs, Farm Sim definitely does require a video card, that's for sure. That's what seems to be the case there. This to kind of fill everybody in anyway. Okay, so that's just to give you some. I do have some pictures. Maybe I can show that. That might be an easier way to do this. Just to kind of give you an idea of what I've got applied in here and what result I've gotten into the game. Because I can load the game, but I haven't tried loading the game streaming. And the fact that while not streaming it, I can get like, I'm lucky to get 15 to 20 frames. I'm sure it's going to crap itself. I don't want to do that. So let me try it this way. I'm going to go. There's my model. Let's go this way. I got some screenshots that I took off stream. Oh, let me see here. Going into some screenshots. Let's do. Yeah. Here's all the pictures. This is my progress that I've done on changing this model. This shows you the progress. This is on the 40. This is on a different model, 4940. This is another one that's out there. It's on the official mod. Just to see, I wanted to proof of concept, being able to change it. And this is the base color. When I was showing that in the in here. So when you do this base material configuration in this section, and you have to have this too up here. That's critical in order for this to work. Otherwise, you'll get the option for the base material, but you won't be able to. You won't have any colors that'll change. So, but this here will definitely it coincides with this section to give you the functionality of this here. So when you open this up in the store, it gives you a color swath, and then you can change that color. Okay, so this is a different model. That's the 4940, and I only did that as a proof of concept for doing that. But for this 4023. That's this one here. So this is the one that we're currently working on. So you can see the progress here. So I've changed different parts on here as far as the cab, the bonnet. And this is before I edited. You can see the little vents that are up here. That's been modeled out. That's what I've shown in Giants Editor and Blender. That's to make it more smoother. So to be able to apply a different decal on that bonnet. Let's see. Yeah, so here's some more progress. I've got the ladder. All these individual parts I had to find, and that's why I've got them all scripted in here. All these different parts have different materials to it. So I had to pinpoint all those different areas that needed to be colorable, and then list that in here in the base materials as well as the base material configuration. Hey, how we doing there, Patch Creek? Welcome on in. In fact, it's kind of cool, I guess, you came in here. So what I'm working on, just to kind of give you progress report, I guess, on 4023. That's what I'm showing here. So this is the progress I've been showing. Some of these pictures I've already shown you, but yeah, it's coming along. I did do some editing to the bonnet, the hood of it, to make a smoother surface to be able to put a different decal onto it, and I'll probably go into that just as far as we kind of started off that way as far as like how to put decals onto equipment, and the fact that you can do it through GE by just making a plane. But the way I like to do it, because some of these pieces have contours to it, is to apply it in a 3D modeling fashion, so that it has a nice contour to the decal itself. So, it's not only for you, it's more for my benefit too, because I've been wanting to get into Blender a little bit more to understand the UDIM process, right? And within these last couple of weeks in particular, I guess I've come quite a ways. So now I'm to the point now where I need to tweak pieces of the model to actually get it to apply. So this is not only for your benefit, but also mine, just to kind of get, so it's kind of a win-win situation. As I work on this and, navigate my way through the process of this, you'll have something, I guess, that that you wanted to have. So just to kind of give some clarity on it, this model here, we want to make it into a different model. And I think in this case it was a case Apache. So yeah, kind of. I got some picture references for that. Yeah, so that's how far I've gotten there. I was showing off as far as the design and the rim configurations. So I got 3 different configurations on the main color, the design color for the tank, and also the rims. And the fact that it works much the same fashion as the 4940, which is a officially released model that's not the official model for Farm Sim. There's a lot of similarities to that. So the way it's built is, almost similar in that fashion, even though there are 2 different models. Yeah, I wasn't sure exactly which model it was. I was going by, I think it was the 1010, the AS1010. I think that was some of the references I was going by. And I've got the decal somewhat started there, and it can be obviously tweaked on. Okay, so I think I showed you this one. This one has all of the color options. So the rim color, this is what it'll load as default. So what I've got it scripted to do is load as Case IH red for the most part. The design configuration is that shared white, and the rim configuration is I think it's Agco gray. I forget. I have to look in the script. Let's look at that. So that's 3 different configurations that are on this model, and they have to be scripted in order for that to be available in the store. So let's go up to here to rim configuration. So we got some. Wait a minute. 9. Oh, so there was some. Hold on a second. What is this one? There's some things in here that probably need to come out of this, because some of these nodes are not even being used. So this is probably a chunk here I'll probably have to clean up on the XML. I didn't even notice this was here just till now. I'll have to look at that later. So these are actually object changes. So that's probably. Oh, I think I know what these. Yeah. So these are for if you want to change. Like this one has like fender flares on it, for lack of a better way to put it, and that's what this one controls. So there's an option in here, under the wheel setup. It allows to put like a bigger, it's like a wheel cover or whatever you want, a fender to it, and that's what this controls. So that'll need to stay probably. Yeah, once I notice this object change, that's what that's. There's some of these in here that aren't even being used. Some of these nodes, they're redundant. That's what I have come to realize too. But getting into the wheel configurations, I'm gonna get off on a tangent here. So in the wheel configurations, in order for the rims to work, you have to put this rim configuration, and this is going to be dependent upon if the ability in the rim, as far as the model for the rim, is evident. If that's not there, a lot of times when you put this piece in here for your wheels configuration, it doesn't always come up. And that's, like I said, that's going to be all in the design of the rims themselves. So the fact these rims that are on this model tend to originate from an original Giants model, it's evident. So that's where you can see that option. So if you go into the store, this is how it'll load, and then you can change those colors as you see fit if you want to. That's the way this is set up. And it is what I did here is I put it to a shared white 2, which is a little bit different than what the tank would be, because I've noticed in the reference pics to the Apache AS models, they have it's like a not quite gray white color to the rims, the rims of the wheels. So I started it off here just to see proof of concept that I can actually load it in here, I guess, with a color. And you can change that totally, I guess, in the store. But I wanted to load the model, I guess, as a case, and then you can change it from there. And all this, the naming of this will get changes, you know, eventually down the road. It's just getting one piece at a time done. This is all just the testing phases of stuff. Yeah, so as far as to answer that question, Apache, we'll have a white option. But just like I was explaining, I haven't been able to test this yet. I've just changed this because I had it loading up as shared black or whatever it was. So I changed it to white 2. White 2 is a little bit different than the shared white 1. There's 2 different whites as far as the Giants default colors. And so, yeah, you'll definitely be able to change that the way it is, the way I've got this set up here. But yeah, you'll have all these color spots, they work. I've tested these out. You'll be able to change those. So if you want to have black rims, you can do that. If you want to keep them white, gray, whatever you want. It uses just the default colors. There's no custom palette. It's just using the default Giants palette, color palette. So, okay. So the next pick, I think I got, nope, that was the only ones I had. So that's just to give you an idea, just to kind of show what I've been able to test in the game. As far as, this is the way it'll load, like I said, by default. This is the colors that'll be applied based on how I've got it scripted in XML. So I don't need that anymore. So that kind of takes away from being able to go into the game. I took some screenshots of that to kind of give you an idea of what's going on between the XML and what I've been able to test in the game. I tried searching for the logo image for the Apache's OAS 710. I'm going to get into that, actually. I've created my own. Just to kind of give you, let's close that for now. I've actually started creating one, so let's see here. I've got it right here, so I'm going to open this up in my Paint program. Let's load this up. This is what I've got so far, and like I said, I was basing it on the AS1010, and it can be changed. I needed something, I guess, to show, you know, spacing and all that jazz. So it can be edited to however, whatever model you want it to be, as well on here as well as in the XML and so on. So all adjustable. All right, let's click that, and I've got this all in layers. If I can change any of this. And I've already got this in a DDS. In fact, let me go ahead and open that up. So this will be the size of the decal. It's got the DDS that I save has got an alpha channel in it, so it'll only be yeah, so it'll be masked off, I guess. Desktop, and I got it right here. So here's what it looks like as a DDS, but it'll be masked. In fact, I can kind of show that, I think. If I go selections, and then go here. Yeah, see, here's what's masked, so that it'll only show that. So this swoosh, once I apply the decal to it, this is how it'll look. Anything in white is how it's going to be masked off. That's what the the alpha channel looks like for that texture. Just to kind of give you an idea. So it won't look, you know, square like this once I apply the decal to it. And I'm going to get into that, actually. I'm working my way to that. Now that I've got what I've chunked out as far as to make a nice smooth surface to put the decal on, as far as the bonnet goes, you know, I can go from there. And that's what I was been showing previously here. As far as I had to model all that. That was a little bit of an adventure, I ain't gonna lie. But it's been a learning experience. That's what we're all about here, I guess, as far as for Spline Design Studios Saturday. It's a learning experience. Alright, so I can close this, actually. That's just the so this is the layered texture that I can adjust. I've got this, for example. I can adjust that in its own layer as far as which model, and so on. There's some other verbiage that's down there that I can't 100% get, but at least gives you somewhat of an idea of what's going on for the potential. I'm going to apply this decal as it is, and then, like I said, it can be edited from that point. Yeah, so that's something I did from scratch. I did that off screen, obviously, off stream. Let's close that. No, we'll leave that open for now. And let's see. How do I want to go about this? I don't know if I want to do this in Max or Blender. I guess that's where I'm kind of. So I've kind of shown a little bit, I guess, as far as how Blender works. But if I might just go ahead and make this decal in Max, I'm thinking. Because I'm still, like I said, a little wet behind the ears with Blender. I fumble all over myself with it. And I know probably plenty of other people that have divulged into using Blender probably do the same thing. I just don't care to wanna. I could try. Now that I look at this, I might be able to try. And basically what it would come down to do this, I want to isolate as much of this panel on the side as I can to use that as a decal, to put the decal onto it, right? And it'll be a totally separate piece from the bonnet, right? So it'll be able to be, the decal itself will be manipulated separately from the bonnet, right? But it'll have that contour of the bonnet, of the decal, so that it's nice and, you know, mates to it. I know zilch about Blender. Hey, I was right there too. I've been teaching myself even in my downtime, using the labs over at the university and so on. It's like, you know, I got to do something constructive. I tried not to let not having a PC, you know, be an excuse to not, you know, want to learn something, I guess. So let me see if I can do this. What I don't know how to do in Blender yet is how to ignore back faces. Now I'm trying to compare, I'm using my 3ds Max knowledge in comparison to Blender, kind of navigate myself through this, how I want to do this. I already know how I would go about this if I used Max. I would have to do both sides, not just one, because they have different contours on each side. So I don't want to do. So one of the tools that I was showing earlier that you can use in Blender. You can widen this up. Right, I'm going to leave that. This is my UV edit window. Has all that color material like I was showing there. Not that I really need that right now. I'm going to focus on this. Let's see what I can do here. What I want to do, like I said, I want to get as much as the side of this bonnet as possible, you know, so that I can put that texture for to make a potential decal on both sides of this bonnet. Okay. So if I do C, smaller, let's click, deselect all those. Let's see how this will work here. Anything on the other side? Let's see. It is. So this is what. Now, like I was saying, in Max I can set up an option. I don't know where it is in here. That's where I'm fumbling on myself with Blender so far. There's a means in 3ds Max which I'm privy to that you can turn off back facing. So as I select things on one side, it's not going to select anything on the other side. And it's already doing that. That might not be bad, because I'm probably going to need that anyway. I'm going to need to select as many of these faces on both sides of the bonnet to put a decal on either side of it, and it'll be its own piece as far as Giants Editor is concerned. So let's see here. Let's continue with this and see what kind of result we get. Let's just say here. I don't want that channel. There's like a channel right below that. I don't want any. I can make this. What's really nice about this, I can make this bigger, smaller, depending on how much I want to get. There's some nice features with Blender. Don't get me wrong. I'm tending to try to like it as much as I can. But there's still some things that annoy me about it, because some of the processes that I know how to do in Max, they're not the same way in Blender. Let's see, how far do I want to go with that? I don't want to go that far. I can do Control Z. That's one of the common things. Actually, I can go like this too. Oh, I did that wrong. No, I don't want those. Middle mouse, that's what it is. I don't remember which one it was. So I've been playing around. I did a little bit in the last couple of days as far as to understand how this little cursor thing works. So as you select things with the left mouse, you can middle mouse to deselect it. Just to give a little bit of clarity. But in order to maneuver, as far as to repivot this, you have to get out of this tool. You can adjust it. So while you're in that tool, it won't let you pivot or move around the object. You know, the model in the viewport. You have to be out of that tool. So if you're in this tool, you cannot. It's the only buttons that are going to work as far as for this tool. So to get out of that, just right click out of it, and then you can. That's something that's annoyed the heck out of me, I guess, as far as that's something that it's not evident in Macs. So like if you bring a tool up, you're using that tool, you can still use other functions, I guess, to manipulate the model in the viewport. That's not the same here with Blender. That's one of the things that absolutely drives me nuts with Blender. You can learn Blender, teach me, hey, whatever. That's why I'm doing these streams. I figure if anything else, it's like there might be something that somebody didn't know about Blender. If you've ever tried it at all and been like, I don't know what I'm doing. Well, I'm right with you. I've kind of learned some things and just trial and error. Trial and error. That's all it is. Trial and error. Okay, so. But that is one thing that I've learned with, there's a thing with snapping too. You know how in Racer James, you can, you can probably appreciate this. So as we know in 3ds Max, when you set your snapping to vertices, you got the toolbar for vertices and edges and so on. In Blender here, when you do it, it'll do the closest thing, but you have to do it, you have to snap from all directions. So like in Max, what it does when you snap to a vert, it snaps it in all directions. In Blender, it doesn't do that. You have to snap it from your Z, your X, Y, and your Z independently. And it'll give you an indication that it's all snapped. It'll highlight all the vertices that are snapped together. Once they're all fully snapped, and maybe I'll show that here in a bit here, but that's the one thing that's way different with Max than it is with Blender as far as how you snap vertices together. And it's just a lot more work in my opinion, because you have to snap it from every direction and not just choose the vertice you want to snap to and just done, you know, as it is at Max. Kingston, how we doing? I got everybody showing up. Cool. How we doing there, Kingston? Welcome on in. Yeah, if you've got any questions, I guess, as far as what I'm doing in here, I know I've had to repeat myself over and over again. I don't want to feel like, so if you've caught something that I've already said, I don't want to repeat myself. So if there's any thing you got a question about what I'm doing here, just feel free to ask. Holy crap. Is that? Whoa, I just noticed that. That's 30 months. I know it's been longer than that, Racer James, I guess, as far as that subscription. But I just noticed that. 30 months. I know it's been longer than that. I've been streaming for a little more than 3 years, so I definitely know it's been longer than that you've been supporting stream. But I totally appreciate it. Folks. I just noticed that. I didn't want to be ignorant to that. Anywho, yeah, welcome on in, Kingston. Well, how are you doing? How's your day going? I got my I got all my cables, I guess, to hook up all the video to onboard video, and that's what I'm running here, and this is what's surprising me. It's not even crapping itself. The fact that I'm only in Blender, I'm streaming. I got the music in the background going. OBS is going, obviously, for the streaming and so on. It's not even. No, I mean, it's not even trying to kill itself, which is amazing. And it could definitely be just because of that repair on the motherboard. It just probably made it that much better, because what the dude did, I guess, as far as that to repair it, I think he went a little bit further, I think, than most repair shops would do, on top of just the component that needed to be repaired. Yeah, you're not kidding here. I just was playing around in here, and it's just like, you know what? I got all my monitors now. there's no reason why I can't at least try. If anything, worst case scenario would have been just turn out to be a hot mess. But so far I've been streaming, as the uptime says, they're a little more, almost an hour and a half. Discussing quite a bit of stuff here as far as with Blender and so on, and yeah, we're still here, so it's cool. This is still the repaired PC. Yeah, still the repaired one. So the new one doesn't get here till next week. So yeah, that's still yet to be seen. Yeah, this is all the repaired one. I'm using, like I said, just onboard video. No graphics card. I figured if anything, this is going to be a huge experience, just to see what's going to happen. I'm not sure yet, Patchy. Like I said, I'll have to work out the logistics for that once the new one gets here, to kind of understand, what's going to work and what's not. I know what will have to be. One of the things I'd have to consider is some type of video capture card to be able to have both of them communicate with each other, for example. And I don't know if I want to go an internal one or an external, for example. Those types of logistics I still have to work out to see what's going to work. I don't even know where the heck I'm going to put them both, because the room that I have here, it's not going to be adequate. So that's still going to be. I haven't even given that any additional thought yet, as far as where I'm going to put both PCs so that they get adequate ventilation and all that stuff. What's really cool, I guess, about the new one. What's really cool about the new PC is it'll have liquid cooling on the CPU, which is a 9th gen i7. So it's not like latest and greatest, but still a pretty solid PC. This processor that I got on this PC that I'm running on is a 3rd gen i7, and proof is in the pudding right here. It's a pretty stout processor. The new PC will have a 3060 RTX 3060, 12 gigabyte. So that's two of the main components, I guess. The other stuff on it, I'll have lots of room for expandability. I can expand the memory, the RAM on the new one up to 128 gigs, which is nice. As well as being able to put NVMe M.2 storage on it. It'll start off with an SSD, which I think was a 500 gigabyte, which I know doesn't sound like a lot to start with, but I wanted to start somewhere. I didn't want to go all nuts on it because it was already costing me a pretty penny just with that. So, and that's just the way the market's going right now, unfortunately. What card did that new PC have again? It was a 3060, RTX 3060. 12 gigabyte, yep. Oh yeah, this is definitely still, like I said, the proof is in the pudding. The fact that it's not even crapping itself right now, it's amazing. Because I am doing, as far as the streaming, I'm using CPU encoding. I'm using the, not the NVEC, but the CPU encoding. And so here we are. I haven't dropped any frames. It's beautiful. I like it. If I could get it to stay that way, that'd be awesome. But it's going to be really interesting to see as far as how it turns out with the new one, for sure. Yeah, hopefully I answered that question, Eraser James. The new one comes with the RTX 3060, which that's probably the biggest chunk of the cost of the new one. And like I said, just because of the way the market's going for GPUs right now, it's kind of ridiculous. But yeah, that's the biggest chunk, next to the motherboard and the CPU, of course. Okay. Alright, so I gotta go back into this tool. That... Whoa, that's not... Gotta get out of that tool. There we go. Yeah, so I think that would work, I guess, as far as the surface to be able to put the decal on. It'll have all that contour of the bonnet. Now I just gotta do it to the other side. And that was part of the reason why I took out all the venting here. To be able to put the decal on that would have looked horrible. So, well, I did that. Thanks for the lurk there, Kingston. Appreciate that. Alright, so we're going to do the same thing to the other side of this model. Not sure. Do we need that? Well, it's already highlighted here. If I don't want these here, I can always go back into that tool and take them out. So if I go back into this tool, for example, but I want to see if it'll delete any on the other, or unhighlight the ones on the other side. So what does it do on the other side? So out of that. Oh, so touch that. Cool. So I think it's just like Max. It all depends on when you're doing like multiple faces, as far as drag, select, or just clicking. It all depends on what angle you've got your model at. So whether or not I know there's probably a feature in Blender here that allows for ignore back faces. I'm just not sure where it's at, and that's something else I'll have to look into. I guess as far as so like if I wanted to highlight a bunch of faces here and not select anything on the other side, like I had those two, I want to be able to do that. But as far as all I'm using here to turn it is just the mouse. As far as this is all middle mouse. If I want to pan it, this is shift middle mouse. And I think that's about it. And then the zoom, that's just the wheel mount. That's just the middle mouse wheel. And that's basically the three primary things that I'm using. This spins it, pans it, and zooms in. So any one of those, that's all the three things that I'm using there, just to kind of give some clarity. I know I don't have my for my mouse and stuff on there. I gotta find that. I put that somewhere because there was a lot of things that I took off the PC when I was gonna sell it. As far as the hard drive and all that, a lot of that stuff I just took out. So I had to quickly reacquire, I guess, all those things I guess that I was used to stream with, as far as the overlays and stuff like that. So I apologize for that. I will correct that for next time. Alright, so this looks good here. So what I'm looking to do here is duplicate these faces. So once I select the ones on the other side, I'll duplicate those faces and make it a separate piece and leave it in that translate. Leave the translate where it is. And then I'll export that piece out by itself as an OBJ so that I can bring that into I can probably just do it as an i3D. Now that I think of it, I don't need to do it as an OBJ. I'm thinking out loud with this stuff. So as I select this, take out all the, just isolate just the pieces that I'm going to isolate here. Export that out as an i3D, and then I can apply my texture. I might have to map that texture too. I don't know how to do I'm still, again, wet behind the ears with the mapping of texture. So all this here was simple. When I did these, I did a combination of smart UV mapping and just unwraps to get the result that I've got here for these different coordinates for materials that are applied to it. So as far as applying a texture and a physical texture to it, that I'm not 100%. We might have to entertain it. We'll see. If nothing else, I can always export these isolated faces as an OBJ, bring it into Max, and go that way. I definitely know how to do that, if nothing else. Alright, so let's select the faces on this side. This might be kind of tricky. Need a line. It. No way for me to tell. Alright, so go back into that tool. Cursor here. This. Oh my goodness. Definitely not a straight line there. Be able to fix that. Right below that channel. Wow, this is totally different on this side. And it was part of the way I redid this. When I filled this area in here, I took a couple of different approaches to it. That's probably why it's going to turn out a bit different. Get out of that. Yeah. I can definitely see the differences now. You can see the imperfections in this too, as far as the dents that are in there, as far as the way I snap a lot of the so I had to do what's called an extrude. It's much the same process as 3ds Max, where you grab an edge and you extrude that edge and just fill it in one at a time. That's basically the process that I use with this. And that's pretty similar to what you would do in 3ds Max as well. So I could probably show a little bit of that as far as like what I did, but you can definitely see the differences here as far as what I'm able to highlight here and just the jaggedness. This side's much cleaner. Yeah, so I did eliminate a lot of polys again this end on this. So it goes out a lot further. I mean, it's not a terrible thing, but this is where it would also come into play. It's like, if you were to put just a flat plane on this bonnet without doing it this way, it would never lie flush with the surface of the bonnet, right? So this is why, this is the approach I like to take with applying a decal to a piece of equipment, is to go this approach. So by isolating the faces that I want to apply the texture for the logo, the decal, onto it, this is how you want to do it. By using a flat plane, it would never lie flush with. You're going to have areas to be lifted or clipping into it or whatever because of the contour of that. So, let's see. Do I have any of that channel selected? There's like a channel that runs right here. I don't want any of them faces. Good so far. I might go with this just to see. All right, let's go back into that tool. Get these. I know this is a lot more than it's on the other side, but I want a smooth line. I don't want a jagged line. Might have to go this way. Dang it. Yeah. Like I said, you can definitely tell the different process that I took for filling this in on this side than this side. I think I did this side first, and then I realized, like, wow, there's a better way to do that. And this is the result I got based on that new idea. Much cleaner. A lot of dents. All these different colorations of the faces in here signifies like it's pushed in. It's not at the same level, as far as, and that's just the way the different faces have been snapped. So just to give some clarity. Yeah, on this side you don't have that as much. More uniform. So yeah, that was just part of my process of taking one idea as far as how to approach it. Yeah, so this is where I started. So thought better of it and did a different approach to it and got this much cleaner. All right, so I got this much here and there, and there's this much here on this side. Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna highlight back in that tool, and I'm gonna. This is one thing I do like about this tool, is I can zoom it in and out to make it bigger and smaller, depending on which faces that I'm trying to select. Yep, and use middle mouse to kind of take it out there. So it is kind of a nice little tool. One thing you just have to remember, in order to repan, move your model around, you have to get out of it. Right click it. We're gonna go with this one here. That's pretty clean. I got just as much space here. I got a little bit more on this edge, on this side, than I do here, but see how that turns. But now the way we apply the texture for the decal on this is obviously going to be a little bit different. I might go up to this channel. Well, so I've got both just before these channels that are below that area. I might that consistent sides. Try that. Back into the tool on this side. I'm trying to utilize, I guess, what I've got here without actually, just use with what I got instead of trying to reinvent the wheel. Pan. Back into the Nope. I want to get as close to this here without actually selecting the faces of the channel. Wow. I could probably combine some of these polys here to kind of smooth it out here so it's not quite so rough. That would get into going to the snapping there, so okay, let's do this. Yep, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Let me try this. This is to get into how the snapping works. This will give you a little bit of an idea of what I've come to understand how the snapping works in Blender. It's kind of hinky, but it's definitely doable. So in order to deselect all these without going into that tool, I can do it one of two ways. I can go back into the tool like this and just middle mouse it, or you can get out of that tool and just use your A would you to select or reselect everything like that. So now none of them are selected. What I'm going to do on this side is I'm going to take some of these polys here, these faces as they call them here in Blender, and I'm going to bind some of these so I can have a much cleaner edge here. So I want to have a cleaner line here. I want to get, so the way I'm going to do that, might have to delete some faces here. Let's see how this will. Let's see here. Faces mode. And you'll be able to tell which mode you're in. So in edges, you get this. You'll be able to select edges. Vertices. And this is what I was talking about. The way you can tell that your vertices are all snapped together, you'll get these lines, these rays out from it. And that'll tell you that all those are snapped. So when I move, whoops, I got snaps on it. See? So I don't, so here's something else I learned. This is how the snapping works. So I've got this little magnet on, right? And right now it's set to vertices. Yeah, so it's set the vertex, and it's the closest vertex to whatever I snap to, right? So it's a little bit different than max. So as long as this magnet's on here, if I want to negate this magnet, be able to just move this vertex that I have selected out, all I have to do is hit left control, take that back. So it's a step process here. You have to grab this, which arrow you want to do, and then do control, and now you can move it manually. So it negates the snapping, right? So I'll just do control Z, put it back. That's one thing that I've learned, but you can't do control and then grab it. It won't work. So like if I gotta do control and this, it won't work. I'll make a liar out of me. So I think it's depending on what you've got your snapping set to, is whether or not, because the problem I was running into when I do control and grab it this way is it was snapping it just all over the place. It was just, you know, because you got a lot of vertices that are going on with the model, and that's similar to what you would have a problem with in 3ds Max too. You know, so you have to be really orient your model, I guess, in a fashion that you're only snapping what you want to snap, right? So same thing with Max, one tool at a time. Okay, yeah, so the only difference, like I was saying, as we come to understand with Max, when you select your vertices that you want to snap, you know, when you select vertex snap as opposed to edge snap, whatever vertex you selected and then you point it to, it's going to snap in all directions to that. It doesn't do that here in Blender. That's one thing that kind of annoys me with it. So, but yeah, this is what gives you the indication that all the vertices and between all these conjoining polys or these faces are connected. You'll get these rays. If you don't see these, then something's not connected. So amongst all these faces that are in here, they're all connected. That's why you get all these this sunburst or whatever on that that vertex. So back to what I was trying to do here. I want to create a cleaner line. Let's see. Let's go back into face mode. And I can tell because it'll put a dot basically in the center of all these faces. That's how I know I'm in face mode. And what I want to do, take this face, and this is one thing I guess I kind of like about it, because you can accidentally hit delete. It brings up a dialogue. So like if you do that accidentally, it's not going to automatically just delete your face like it would in Max. So kind of in a way, it's a failsafe. So like you know, as you're working on your keyboard, or if you got a delete button mapped to your mouse, if you hit delete, it's not going to delete your face. It brings up just that dialogue, and you can just get out of it like I just did. So if I bring that up, a delete, and then you can choose what you want to do. If you want to delete the edge, the vertex, or the face itself. In this case, I want to delete the face. Now I take that out. I'm going to chunk some of this out of here and clean this up. But what I want to do is follow this line, make a line going up on an angle here, continue that and bring it over. I'm going to chunk some of this out. And then I can rebuild these. I can grab these edges and extrude those, and then fill it in. Make new faces. Okay. So delete. Okay. This one here, I'm gonna want to snap. What's the best way I want? I don't want to chunk too much of this out. Almost thinking I could probably put this vertice here. This is the other thing that's nice too. When you snap vertices, I think it's pretty much evident in 3ds Max too. When you take a vertice and snap it to another one, and there's a poly or a face in there, it'll automatically delete that. You don't have to worry about there being polys in there that are just squished. It'll automatically just take it out. If it's, you know, if the vertex gets snapped, I guess, to, and you know, there's not enough poly there to even keep. It'll just take it out. Just snap it completely. So what I'll probably show an example of this here. So if I go into vertex mode, you know, like this vertex, those are all still connected, and then I want to snap that. This is where it gets a little wonky, so I have to work. Bear with me on this because I'm still learning it even as I speak. But what I want to potentially try to do is snap this vertex to here, right? So, as I was saying before, you have to do it from all directions to make sure you get this ray, this starburst, or whatever you want to call it, show that all that entire vertex is with the conjoining faces are connected, right? So we're going to go through this process here. So here we go. So initially what I'm going to do is grab this arrow, which would be the Y. That's one thing that they did use in conformity, I guess, with 3ds Max. So green is relevant to Y, X is red, and your blue is Z. Okay, so that's one thing, I guess, that's still the same. What I want to do on the Y here, grab this and drag this over to here. Now, this is the difference from Max and Blender. What you're not looking to put the vertex that's way off where I'm trying to snap. You want to look at where your pointer's at. Okay, this is something that I've come to understand how the snapping works in Blender. So I want where the cursor's at. That's where I want to snap. So let go of that. So that direction's fine. Now I need to pan this. Now I need to do it from the X side. So I'll grab this, point it right back to that vertex I want to go to. So now it's good in that direction. Now I got to do the Z. Grab that, point it to that. See how you get the starburst there? That's telling me that it's all snapped. It's all conjoined. So I let go of that. Now it's all conjoined. That's the only thing that I've come to find with snapping in Blender in comparison to Max. You have to do it from every single direction to get that result, to get it all 100% snapped. Otherwise, you can't just do it from one direction as you can in Max. That's one thing I feel is a kind of a flaw. So anyway, that's all conjoined, and now I'm that much closer to getting a cleaner line on this side of what I want to make my decal. Now I can take this one and probably snap that over there as well. Thinking. Then I'll be able to probably take the majority of this and snap that there as well. I can always control Z this too, but I'm just kind of thinking ahead here before I go ahead and do it. A lot of this can all be undone. No harm, no foul. All this is joined here still, so once again, I can now, keeping in mind I still got the magnet, as far as the snapping out. If I wanted to disable that function and I just wanted to move this manually, I would just hit left control and then move that out. Whoops, my bad. What do you? That's the 3D cursor. We're not worried about that. And so I can do A. If you ever want to deselect things, you can use, again, like I was saying before, one of two things. You can either push your A key, that'll select everything like that, or just deselect. Or you can go into this C cursor deal here, and then you can just middle mouse it. But a couple of different ways you can do that. The thing I find with this one here, I forget to get out of this mode by right clicking. So as I want to select something else with that, or pan the model or whatever like that, I have to make sure that I'm out of that tool. That's kind of somewhat another flaw. It's just a little hinky in that fashion, because like in Max, like we said, it's like you can pick a tool and you can still have the other functions, as far as to pan the model and all that stuff still while you're in a tool. Blender, with that particular tool anyway, it's not the same. Not the same. So it's just, learning curve, I guess, as far as to understand, how both the applications work is all. Okay, so now what I want to do, vertex mode, like this one, I'm going to scoop that one over here, and I want to keep the snapping on, so I'm going to grab it by the Y over here. And again, now it's giving the appearance here that it's already snapped, so it might already be good, but just by moving it on the Y. But if you don't get this array, as far as that starburst on it, chances are it's not going to be fully conjoined, right? So I'm going to let go of that. But just to make sure, I'm going to grab it on the X. Yep, see, it wasn't all completely joined. So, and again, when you're snapping, you want to pay attention to where your pointer is. That little cross there, where that little circle is, that's what you want to pay attention to. Don't worry about where your vertex is, right? So we're going to do it from the up and down. Yep, so do it from all directions. There, now it's completely conjoined. See, and like I said, that's the only flaw that I see with the snapping in Blender in comparison to Max, is you have to do it from all directions, not just one. Make sure that it's fully snapped. But it's nice that it does give you an indication that it is all snapped. So that's kind of a plus side. It gives you this, like I said, as far as that starburst, to let you know, okay, that's all snapped. When you get that effect, like it's what's showing right there, that's how you know it's all snapped. And I can confirm that by grabbing any one of these. So let's grab the X. Grab it here. And it'll do that because I got the snapping on. So if I do Control, now I can move it manually. Okay. So it's kind of good and bad, I guess, if that goes. So I'm going to do Control Z on that. Put it back. That's one other thing that's kind of similar, I guess, to 3ds Max 2. Anything you want to undo, Control Z or Control Z, however you want to mention. That's still the same too. So as far as the way the gizmo is, your X, Y, and Z, and the Control Z, those are still pretty relevant. Those are still in comparison to both applications. Okay, so I got it to this point. I'm thinking I want to move this over here, but I might just move it manually over to this point. I want to make a line right here so that it goes from here to there and make a nice line going here, so it makes a nice clean angle for making a separate well, yeah, I think I'm going to move this manually this way. Okay, so let's do that. Grab it on the Y. Control, and see, this is another thing too, it'll give you this green line, so that's the line it's going to follow. I'm not worried about where it is like this. I can do it from the other directions as well. Let's put it there, let go of that. Grab the X, and that's only because I got the snapping on, so once I do Control, now I can move it manually. Left Control in this case. Okay. And I know what I'm looking for, so I think I'll move that up a little bit. Kind of straighten that out. Yes. We'll grab the Z. Control. Go. Cool. And then if I want to even this out, this is kind of what's nice about snapping. So the way we're used to it in 3ds Max, you know, to make sure that all the vertices are at the same level, you would like go into the manual coordinates of it, right? Which you can still do. You could still do that. If I had, yeah, so the windows that are in here, yeah, so this vertex, this translate, you can still do that. But what I found is pretty convenient using the snapping tool in here. If I want to make a vertex the same level as another vertex, that's, you know, it's on this side here. So say I want to line this vertex that I got highlighted with this one. What I can do, since I know that's on the X, and with the snapping on, all I have to do is grab this. Now I can go all the way over to this one, point it to that, and it's all based on where your cursor's at, right? And then snap it there. So now it's level with that one on the X. Now I want to level it with the, say, the Y. Grab it this way. The same thing. Drag it over to this. See how it levels it out? And it actually put it over there. So now let's do it on the Z. And then that should conjoin all that now. There. So now that's all conjoined. So that cleans it up. So now I know all that's at the same level as that original vertex that I was trying to, you know, level it out with. So my target vertex that I was using on the one I had selected, as far as what I was moving, it's now level with that now. So that's, you know, if you do one by one on the vertex, that's a way of being able to smooth it out to get it nice and flush. This almost here, I can probably join this right to this one. Now that I look at this, let's try that. So if we take this vertex, I'll have to do the same thing, probably move it on all axes. Yep, so move it down here. There. Oh, wait a minute, what happened there? Control Z. That's already snapped, so that's already snapped. See, so the way it was, the fact that it was doing that, so I didn't look at it. So I've got it in all directions. See, it's all snapped. That's good. Not too bad, actually. Now, I've got this in edit mode right now, so if I want to look at object mode, tab, I can look to see how it looks this way. So there's a little bit of an indentation here because of how I move some of these faces. So if I want to smooth that out, I can, better idea. Because that was definitely, that would probably show in the model. Sure. We want to do something with this. That face right there. So we might take that out. And so what I haven't done yet is an extrude. That was another thing I was trying to. So far, that's all I've shown is just how to snap. It can be very useful, I guess, if you use it right. At least anyway. Alright, so let's go back to edit mode. We're going to do something with this poly. So that's the one we just did. We snapped it to that level. Let's see if we can bring all of that mess over to here. You can always control Z this, like I said. So I'm going to grab this. This is all conjoined. And I'm going to bring that bad boy this way. And again, don't worry about where your vertex is. You want to pay attention to the cursor, the pointer. That's your target where you want to go to. Okay. And then from your X, same thing, go here, and on the Z. There, that should all conjoin. Now we got a little sliver right here, though. We are creating that line, whoops, going here, so yeah, that should be a lot cleaner that way, I think. You might have to bring this one over. I'll have to see how that works out. We got a little sliver here now. If I like that, so we want to bring and probably snap that over here. That might work. And like I was saying, so like when you're dealing with these little slivers like that, as you snap different vertices, I guess, together like that, if there's not enough poly or face there, it'll just delete it. You know, it'll, instead of squishing it and still retain it, it'll just get rid of it. That's what's kind of nice about it. All right, so we'll select this one here. And if I'm losing anybody, feel free to chime in. I think we're all in the same boat here when it comes to like, I'm not at all trying to relay the fact that I know everything about Blender, because I do not. Okay, so we want to move this on the Y over to here. That. Again, you want to go by just the cursor. Don't worry about what the vertex is doing. Okay. Now we want to do it on the Z. And also on the X. There, that's all conjoined. Oh, you're worlds ahead of me. I failed to differ. Yeah. I doubt that. You probably know much more than I do. I can 100% attest as far as in Max than I do with either one of the programs. There's plenty that I think we've learned off each other. One thing with the cloud point data, I guess as far as going back into LiDAR, you know, doing the Enter 2003 stuff, I'm still like, every time I go into there, I'm like, oh crap, I forgot how to do that. But we've got clips that we've tried to put up on the Spline Design YouTube, I guess, as far as so like even if we need to refresh our memories on them. Yeah. One thing, you know, like one of the other things that I think of with Max in comparison to Blender here, one thing, and I'm sure it's available in here, I just don't know where it's at, as far as like doing swift loops. You know, so like if you wanted to slice a model or a portion of a model, you know, all the way around uniformly like a butter knife, I'm pretty sure that it's probably got that function in here. I just don't know where it is. It's functions like that that I think would be very useful. If I knew a lot of those same types of functions in Max and Blender, I'd probably use Blender a lot more. I'll be honest. It's kind of growing on me a little. Not that I would, at this point, I wouldn't totally just move away from using Max at all. That's 100% untrue. I got a better part of it, over a decade, I guess, as far as experience with Max. I don't think I'll ever get rid of that. Okay. So this is where we're at so far as trying to clean up that edge there. Now let's see how our faces are. I still think that's another feature too. I know when I was thinking of swift loops, as far as even slicing a face. So if I wanted to slice this to make this line continue up here to where this channel is, so that I can totally engulf, I guess, this. So I have no way to be able to, that I know of yet, to be able to slice this face here. Okay, let's go into faces. This face right here, I'd want to slice this so that I can run this line right up into it, up to the bottom of this channel. That way I would have a nice clean line to where that I could, you know, select those faces and make a decal. Yeah. There's a couple different ways I can go about this. So what I could do is I can extrude. Might try that. I know I mentioned it already, and I haven't shown that how you do that. So the way I've come to understand how you do extrude, it's not the same in Max. Not the same in Max. So the way in Max, you would select the edge, and then you would just do a shift drag. Not the same in here. So, oh, what happened to my tracks here? Hold on. What hop on? Yeah. There we go. Cool. Yeah, so I am still using a YouTube Studio copyright-free, royalty-free list on here. So it's all based on the website, all in the YouTube Studio audio library. I still am looking for, you know, as I was saying before in the beginning of the stream there, as far as looking for copyright-free, DMCA, you know, all that jazz, because it's a huge thing, I guess, as far as with streaming this kind of stuff on the platforms like YouTube and Twitch, to not have any copyrighted music, because you either get strikes or you get your VODs totally annihilated because of that. So you have to be careful with it. So I'm playing around, I guess, with this. I guess you can call it a playlist, I guess, on the audio library for the YouTube Studio. So It's only gone out twice since I've started the stream, so that's pretty good. Not too much. So what I'm going to do with this particular face that I have highlighted here, I'm going to delete it. Oops, get back into the program. There we go. Delete. And I do kind of like this. This is kind of growing on me too. So like, I don't know how many times that I've done delete. Like if I got a poly selected or a vertex, depending on which mode I'm in max, and I deleted it accidentally and didn't realize it. I like this because it'll bring up, there's like, oh crap, and to get out of it, that's all I gotta do is just mouse off of it. So it eliminates that possibility of deleting something that you didn't mean to. So when you hit delete, depending on which mode you're in here, it brings up this dialog. And so if you want to delete that, go ahead and select it and then just take it out. So it's kind of a fail-safe. I do like that. So there's pros and cons to how Blender works there. There's some things I do like about it. There's some things that just annoy me. Like with the snapping, you got to do it from every direction. You don't have to do that crap in Max. You know, so there's things like that that kind of pros and cons with it. I don't 100% dislike Blender. So I guess that's the takeaway from it. I just don't like some of the processes and the functions, the way some things work in it. Okay. So now what I can do here with this face out of here, I can extrude. I can do actually one of two things. I can either do a fill, which what I've come to find with the mapping, if I want to maintain the mapping of this, of what I'm trying to do here, as far as to maintain the coordinates of where this was originally mapped, I want to take one of these edges here to do that. Just extrude it. If I do a fill, what happens is it totally like resets the mapping. And that's somewhat the same concept with UVW mapping in Max as well, when you do it that way. So if you grab an edge, and keeping in mind there's no texture to this, all it is a material, right? But you still have to map it as far as UVW unwrap it. So if I take the edge as opposed to just do a face fill, is the difference. So if I'm not concerned with how it's mapped, right, for a particular face that I take out, then I can do the fill. If I am concerned as far as like maintaining the coordinates of where that original face was that I just deleted, I want to use an edge that already exists in that area, so that mapping is still going to be maintained, right? Might still be a little bit wonky, I guess, as far as like that, but at least it's still going to be in the same general area of where I want, you know, as far as the colors and stuff that get applied to it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the approach of extruding. I kept saying I was going to do that. So to do that, I need to go into edge mode, which is down here. Select one of these edges. I'll go with this edge. And with the snapping still on, it's a little weird. So don't let it. You don't want to let it freak you out, because it was freaking me out a little bit because I leave the snapping on, right? And there's, like I was saying, there is a way to negate it by just hitting the left control. But just work with me on it. So I got this selected here. I'm in extrude. Just do extrude region. And then you want to do is just drag it out. Doesn't matter where it lands. Right click it. It's going to snap back there because I got snaps on. Right? Now I go into vertex mode. Got those two vertex for that edge that I've already extruded. Now all I have to do is I'm going to grab it from Z. So I'll grab it from here, do left control, and then take it out a little bit. Let go of it. So now it's out. So that's a little bit different. It's a little bit fewer more steps in that fashion than it is with Max. Because all you have to do is grab an edge and do a shift drag, just like I just did. So there's a couple additional steps that you got to take to do it in Blender. There might be a quicker way. I'm not 100% sure. That's what I've come to find, at least. Oh, that's the end of the list. Okay, let's go back to the beginning. There we go. Cool, that was the end of that playlist. Cool. Man, it's already been that long. 2 hours, holy crap. Time flies when you're having fun. And I hope we're having fun there. I appreciate everybody that has been sticking around here, and hope you're enjoying, I guess, enjoying what I have to here with what, yeah, I'm glad I've been able to get the PC running here. PC's been running smooth, no drop frames. As far as I know, I think everybody's still with us. Might have some lurkers. Definitely appreciate the lurkers. Okay, so let's take what we just extruded here. And now we want to take these two. I want to manipulate these independently. So what I want to do is snap both of these, not independently, not together. One at a time, I want to snap these over to this location here. Fill that back in. And like I said, what'll happen is because I've extruded it from this edge, whatever mapping coordinate that was on this thing, you can see it kind of highlighted down here. It's kind of lit up here. It's going to have that same coordinate there, as opposed to doing just a fill, which would just put it random. But I'd have to redo that. So that's the difference between that. That's something you can take into consideration. Does it matter? Like if it's on the back side, it may not matter as much as far as something that's totally visible. That's something to take into consideration. Okay, so what I'm going to do is go to vertex mode. Yep. And I want to select this vertex. And just like I've been showing, as far as the snap, I still got it on. Magnet's still on. And this here a little bit better. Here, so I got that vertex selected. I'm going to snap it over to here. So initially on the Y. And again, I'm not concerned where the vertex is landing when I put the cursor there, right? So in that direction. Now I want to do it on the Z. That might do it actually. And I'm also going to do it on the X just to make sure. Yep, so this will probably fully snap it. Boom, there you go. That's how you know. That's what it is. That's the only downside. Like I said, as far as with snapping, you have to do it from all directions and get these rays coming off of that vertex to ensure that it's all snapped. And I can confirm that. I can grab it, say, on the X, like I was showing. Grab it here. And it's going to do that because I got the snaps on. Do left control, and if I can move it, you can see it, how it's all connected. And I can just do Control Z to put it back. Now, I kind of screwed it up here a little bit. Looks a little wonky, so now I need to I can either snap that one here or right over to here. I can go either way with that. I think I might just go ahead and just snap it right there. But it's kind of going to defeat my purpose because I wanted to get this line to be more at an angle. So that may not do what I wanted it to do. Let's grab this vertex. This is still from the same face that I extruded. Right? Let me move this manually just to give myself an idea. So I grab this. And move this manually. Yeah, so it kind of gets buried into the model like that. See, and this following this line, this green line that's right there, that's one thing that kind of nice. So yeah, at least you can get an idea of which line it's following. It's following this green line here, even though you can't see it. Right? I'm gonna bring it back out into. No. Let's see. I'm trying to think of what I want to do with it. If I snap that back to there, that's just going to put it right back to where I had it in the first place. I don't want that. But I have no vertex on this channel here to snap it to. That's something else I haven't figured out. Like in Max, you have the ability to be able to take a vertex and snap it on an edge, right? And don't necessarily need a vertex. I haven't figured out how that works here in Blender. I'm sure there's an option to be able to do that. I'm just not 100% sure how that works. So that's something else, you know, amongst the many things that I need to still try and rectify as well. I'm sure there's a way to do it. Let's see. Something else I guess I think of. I might be able to snap. Try something here. If I go here. That didn't work. Okay, hold on. Control Z, all that. So, just trying some different things here just to see what type of result I get. Moving on the X. There. There. Interesting. That's not what I want. Okay. It is joined, but it's not joining it the way I wanted it to. Okay. I was hoping for a different result, and that didn't work. Let's try this way. Go like this. I'm gonna move it. Go that. Right on. Next. That's moving it manually, so I negated the snap. There's really no vertex here, so what? If I had the ability, I could snap that vert right to that channel on that edge. No vertex there. Let alone to create an additional vertex, I'm not sure how to do that. In Blender, at least, anyway. I know how I would go about this in Max, that's for sure. Let's see. Not gonna do me any good to snap it there. If I snap it back there, it's gonna put me right back to where I started. I know what I don't want. I guess it's not really a big deal if I've got this little bit of a jaunt. So it'll be straight up, and this point will just go off this way. That might not be too bad. So I'm kind of gonna cut my losses on that as far as just to snap that back to where it was, and just have it. When I select these faces here, I'll have a line here and I'm just going to jaunt off this way and still have a straight line here. Pull it right below that channel. I guess that's not too bad. One of these times I want to be able to figure out how I can snap a vertice to an edge or create another vertice so I have a vertex to be able to snap that to. I'm sure there's a way to do that, I'm just not sure. Like I said, so let's go ahead. That here, there, there. So that's all conjoined. Cool. So we'll put that like that. So now when I select these faces, we'll go back into face mode. And when I select these faces, let's go into. Yeah. When I select these, like this. That might not be too bad either, so I just leave that out completely. So I could either do one of two things. I could either have that included or not. That's not too bad. I would rather have had a straight line going right up to the edge of the channel, but that might not be too bad. It might not be bad. Alright, so let's go ahead and select. Go right in between these two channels. And these channels, what I mean is this here and here. Let's see these. Get out of this pool, pan it over. Yeah, this might not turn out too bad, actually. And C, I guess as far as to remember, it says cursor. I guess if that, I don't know if that's necessarily how they term it, you know, as far as the semantics for the different tools in there. But the way I've come to remember, I guess as far as how to get into this little tool here, C for cursor. Okay, did I select anything on the other side? Nope. Cool. So that's interesting. Okay. Good. So I think this will work for decal surface. Yeah. Nice and clean. And I could do more of that. I can go all the way to this edge if I wanted to. I'm just trying to, you know, create an area that, you know, so that's where the decal would lie, is in this region. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to go all the way to the edge, you know, but it's going to be in this general area. You know, if I wanted to include that whole side, I could do that. I just want to see what kind of result I get. I can select all of these faces and just, I didn't even just be honest. That'll give me a lot more room, I guess, to manipulate as far as where the texture actually gets applied in that area. It might not actually be a bad idea. Alright, let's try it on the other side here. Let's do this. And let's pan it over. Back into our tool. That was weird. Kind of selected this one over here. I'm not sure why I did that. Want to be just below that channel. Yeah, see, already this is already. I might just go ahead and all these faces that are on the side in between these channels. I might just grab all that. Might just do that. It's going to be a separate piece anyway. It's not like I'm going to be chunking this out from the side itself, right? It's going to be a separate piece. Try this. Select all this. I might even just go that far. There's no reason to take a decal, I guess, is all the way where this grill would start. Out of that. And alright, so get back into the tool. Yeah, that's nice and clean there. Yeah. Oops. Out of the tool. Yeah, so we'll go with that. So we'll select all that for surface channels. Let's do the same thing on the side. Got this much room there. Perfect. We'll have this much space on both sides. Trying to make this as uniform as possible. Even though we got different face configurations on either side, you know, as far as like different orientations, you know, like this isn't the same on this side and so on, we can still select the same amount of, you know, space in between these channels. These channels are what I refer to, these little top and bottom of those faces that I got selected. So I'm going to go all the way to the edge here. And we're not putting the texture. I want to make it abundantly clear. I'm not doing that. It's just going to give us more room to be able to apply texture or whatever we want on the side. It's going to give us that much more real estate to be able to work with. Go back into the tool. All these. So now this is what potentially we want to use. Alright, so what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to go ahead, those selected in face mode. I'm going to duplicate option right here. So I'm going to duplicate those faces. And initially, because I got snaps on, it's going to want to move that around. So I'm going to go that and right click. Now it'll keep that in the same spot. So now it's a duplicate of those same. Now if I negate, I can go ahead and turn the magnet off, but if I negate or disable the magnet, grab the arrow like this, and do left control, and now that's a separate piece. Those faces are still there. Now this is what I can use to put my decal on. It's going to have that same conformity of both sides, but it's still going to maintain those faces on the bonnet. So that's going to give you that adjustability, I guess, as far as on the decal. I might want to make these two independent and not keep them as one piece on both sides because there might be some clipping. So that's something to consider. I might want to still go that much further to separate these sides independently so you can adjust them independently and not leave them one piece. Just eliminating potential clipping by putting it, because these are going to be right close to each other. They're going to be, you know, they're based on those panels, those faces that I selected based on the original model, right? But they are going to clip more than likely, so I'll probably want to consider separating these two pieces so that I can adjust those independently in Giants Editor. Well, we are this far, so let's go ahead and do Control Z, put that back. Now what we need to do is, what's nice, and that's something else I haven't really highlighted on here. Over here in this tree, anything that I've created as far as the model goes, it'll show up in here. Right now it's showing two. Those faces that I created should be in its own It's actually not. Interesting. So, what I've noticed with the tree here, if you're creating it, because I duplicated these, it would create a separate mesh. And that's what I'm not seeing, so that's kind of interesting. Most other things that I've duplicated in previous trials is it'll create a separate mesh over here for that duplication. I think, hold on. Yeah, okay, so this is the original model here, and this is the duplication, I think. Oh. Okay, so I think this one right here is what I just duplicated. This one right here. They're both labeled hood. So if I want to separate that, there's a little eyeball right here. So if I want to turn that off, oh, no, it's not doing it. A liar out of me. What the heck? That's the whole model. It's the eyeball. So, yeah, I guess I'm not understanding why it didn't create a separate. Interesting. Okay, so and this is where I fumble on myself with Blender. And so I'm right with everybody, I guess, as far as that runs into this. So all my previous trials that I've done when I've done a duplication of faces just like that, it would create a separate deal here as far as so I can select that independently. So it is giving the indication. Maybe I got to be in object mode. Maybe that's why. Try that. So if we go tab, there's that, which is still in object mode. Okay, hold on. Tab. I don't get it. So it's putting it back in edit mode when I go there. That's weird. I mean, you can clearly see as I was showing that you can grab that independently, but it's not really showing. Wow. I don't know what to think about that. So, what I wanted to be able to do is be able to eliminate the rest of it and just isolate just that duplication. That is a bummer. So this other line here, that's basically based on the material. So that's the material as far as the mapping. And that's based on, let's see here, if I go into this, I have to have a material on it. In this case here, all I've done is just apply a generic texture to it. That's 2048 compliance, right? And that doesn't matter what type of UVW unwrapping for texture. It doesn't matter if it's materials, as the case may be with this model for FarmSim and with Giant Software. You have to have a texture with that conformity. In this case, 2048, like I said, by 2048. Otherwise, your material won't apply. That mapping won't apply because as far as when you export it out in the form of OBJ, i3D, whatever the case may be, that it's not going to be able to compute as far as how to maintain that UV mapping because there's no texture to apply to it. So there's one of two ways. The way I've done it, I don't want to go too much on a tangent, but I've applied just a generic texture. Primarily what you would do, because I'm going to apply UDIM to it with the color changing and all that stuff, you would want to put the specular map to it. That'll have that 2048 by 2048. I've just taken the approach of just applying a generic texture. But in most cases, what you would do with that material is apply the gloss or the specular map, which will have all your wear, your dirt, and so on, I guess. So, where I'm stuck, I guess at this point, as I've been saying all this, is trying to figure out how to isolate just this here and get rid of all the rest of it so I can export that out. Or texture it separately with that decal. So, gotta give me a second here, I guess, to collect my thoughts on what I do, what I have come to understand how these work. So, yeah, what's confusing me, like I said, as far as it usually would populate a separate mesh line in here for the different parts in the model. And it's not doing that, so I'm not sure why. When I go into here, it just goes back to edit mode. Well, let me do this. So if I go A, go to that, it's not doing a thing. Really bugging me. How do I get it? See, this is probably another problem. As this happens, there's an items list in Max that you can select the different pieces that are in your model. And that's kind of how this thing is supposed to work. And that's, like I said, with my previous trials, that's the result I was getting. So right now it's just not cooperating, and I'm not sure why. Turns the whole model off. That's the eyeball. Hang it. That is a bummer. Let's see. If I go back to edit mode. So that's in there somehow with as a separate piece. I just don't know how to select it. Hey, gummit. If I go like this, go back into edit mode, that's everything. What the heck? Where's that duplication? That's what I'm kind of confused with. I don't know. Ayaka number. Yeah, so I got everything selected here. That kind of gives you an idea of where everything is mapped based on the UDIM. Every one of these little chunks here, these different areas, have a different material and a color mat to it. Be able to manipulate the color and the look of that color independently, based on all that. That's what's showing here. This is what the this is the UV edit window. I didn't make that clear already. That's how that looks, and that's similar to what you have in 3ds Max. It's a little bit different, I guess, as far as how you manipulate. You can still go into this window, just to kind of show. So I can go into that same tool that I use over here and be able to deselect polys, for example. So there is that. So like if I only want certain polys to be visible, to be selected, I've got this. There's a setting in here to be able to make it so that it syncs with what's going on in the viewport here. You could also make it, there's other settings in here, but this is the way I've got it set up in this one, so that it syncs up with what I got selected here. And I can do it either way. So if I go to this side, gotta get out of the tool. If I go on this side and select that same tool, I can do the same thing. So I can select here. You can see how they're lighting up over here. So I can do it either way. So if on the model, I'm selecting different polys that I want a different coordinate, or I can do it right from here. So either way, so there's that versatility with that. So that's a pro, I guess, as far as that goes. So let's right click out of that. But what I'm really dumbfounded with as far as why it's not putting my duplication. I know it's in here. I just don't know where to select that. Really odd. That is not the way my trials have gone. So now it's like it's not even in there. And I know it's in there. So how do I select it? Might have to do it again. That's a bummer. But we're gonna work through this here. This is the material. Man, this is confusing. That goes automatically back to object mode. That wasn't doing that before. That's edit mode. Not doing anything when I go to this main one though. What the? I don't get it. Why is that not creating that duplication? I know it's in here. I didn't delete it. My goodness. Alright, let me try this again. That's just weird. Okay, let's try this again. So we'll go here, we'll select those faces again. I really don't know why it's doing that. I'll be perfectly honest. I'm gonna try and select this all again. Click out of the tool, go to the side. We're just gonna try it again, and I'm gonna pay attention to what's going on over here. There might have been a step I missed. I thought that's all you had to do was just do duplicate, and it would create that new mesh in here. I might have did something wrong. It's very possible. Okay, let's go back into the tool. Oh, wrong key. Oh, I just made it super small. I was like, what the heck? Hello? Alright, so there we go. Select all these. We'll just try it again. See what happens here. I got a feeling, though, it's in there somewhere and I'm just not seeing it. I highlighted something right there. How the heck did that happen? Why are you selecting stuff there? What the heck? I can probably deselect those, though. Yeah, so I selected some parts here. It won't, so let's go like this. I don't know how the heck it did that. That's interesting. But, go ahead and deselect. Oh, come on, are you kidding me? What is up with that? Huh? That's weird. Why is it selecting these? I don't want those faces. Try this. There we go. Maybe? Clearly see they're selected. I don't know why I won't deselect them though. It's weird. Use this tool. Deselect. Oh my goodness. I don't know why those won't deselect. Okay. There we go. Maybe I just had to zoom in maybe a little bit. Okay. Yep, let's see, now it's deselecting that. We don't want to do that, so go back into here. Yeah. I always see that orange little dot there for like the center of the world. And I always confuse that with a vertex, that little dot right here. Might be kind of hard to see, but I always see that. It's just like, why is that vert right there? It's just the center of the world. View space here. Okay. Come in here a little bit. Go back to C. Okay, now I think we're good. We're gonna try this again now. So got that. Oh crap! We got a face down here. How is it doing that? I don't understand that. Son of a gun, anyway. Got a little face right there. Right there. I want that. Get out of there. Thank you. Alright. And I guess that's somewhat similar, I guess, to what happens in Mac sometimes, too, as far as selecting polys that you don't necessarily want. I'm going to grab this here, too. I guess I can fine-tune... Oh, crap. Fine-tune what I originally selected, I suppose. Well, there is that. Good. Nope, nope. Not this one. Okay. A little bit more back and forth than it was originally. Okay, so now let's, with all those selected, let's try duplication. Okay. But it's still not moving there, so I know it's separate. What I might have to do is oh, sound again. Yeah, that one seems to be broken. I was doing that earlier too. What? Oh, they're not available. Oh, that one then, okay. Do that way. Okay, so now I know it's there. But with those still selected, I think what I'm gonna do, just so I can get to them again, I shouldn't have to. It should be creating a separate mesh in the tree here, and it's not doing that. I'm not sure why. But grab this. Yeah, I'm just gonna lift it up like this, so at least I can get to it. I'm not gonna worry about as far as it being in the same orientation, or I can always manipulate that once I export it out, put it in a Giants editor. It's just having this conformity of the panels is the critical part. So now what I'll do is take out all of this and just maintain those. Okay. So let's go into C. Nope, in fact, let's do this first. Let's do A, select that. So at least I can get to that. That was the reason why I did that. Now we'll go C. Select all of it. Oh, are you kidding me? Why are you selecting those pieces? What in the world? That is super funky. Alright, let's just try this here. If we have to go up there and deselect stuff. Why is it doing that? That's super weird. That is super funky. Ow. Oh my goodness. Okay. Can I deselect these? Let's see here. That is super weird. That's totally odd. Okay. I see how you want to be, though. Wow. Okay. Yeah, we're learning some stuff here. I guess as far as this is... Why is it doing that? It's not even close to that. How the heck are you selecting those? Goofy thing, anyway. Oh my, look at that. I'm not even close to that, and it's selecting faces on that. What the heck? That is just crazy. Yep, this is something new. To me, at least, anyway. It also seems like it's deselecting polys down here, or faces down there, too. I see this moving around, but I'm not sure. Wow. I wonder if I do it from vertexes, if it would be better. Might have to do that. So let's go ahead and do delete. Let's get out of this tool. Whoop, got a face there selected. No, not yet. See, that's a perfect example as to why I like that delete the way it is. Because if I would have hit delete and Mac would have taken all that all out. Granted, I could do a Control Z, right? But that's kind of a nice fail-safe in there, because if I didn't want to delete something that I had selected like that, it's nice because now I could just say nope, I don't want to do that, and just mouse off it. So that is kind of nice. That is kind of a pro. I feel it eliminates that agony of that. So I need to go back into this tool. That's a perfect example of fail-safe to that, though. All right, so let's do this. Now we can do delete faces, and I'm gonna go into vertex mode. Yo, this works out better. And we'll just select the vertices instead of faces. See what happens. Okay, so let's go back into C. Alright, maybe vertices will work better than faces. So far I don't see it selecting anything up in the upper part there. Okay, we'll try the vertex mode instead of face mode. This might work out better. So far. Good to know. Out of that, paint it over. Good to know. And the good thing about this tool here too is I don't have to hit Control. As long as you're in the tool there and you're using left mouse button, it's gonna do what you see it doing. So if I want to deselect items, I just middle mouse, and to get out of it, just right click. So it's kind of a nice little tool if you know, just takes some getting used to, I suppose. Kind of nice in a way. All right. I think I got that all selected, so let's do click, pan it around, make sure we got it all the way around here. Yeah, so it's not selected. So vertex mode seems to work better than face mode, as far as that's maybe a small little note for anybody else that might be having the same trouble. That's definitely new for me. That's something I haven't experienced yet. Alright, so might be a good thing that it's happening during a live stream. Okay. Got some here to get. Not too bad. Good. Alright, so let's try that. We'll do delete. Oh, we gotta get out of the tool first. Right click. Delete. And then we want to do vertices. Yeah, so we still got some stuff in here. Getting there though. A little bit at a time. Back into the tool. Breaking her down. Now, I don't know if there's a option in here to do drag select. I'm sure there probably is. Much the same way you can do in 3ds Max. So I don't have to use this. But what I do like about it is I can make this nice and big. I wanted to, and just go ham like this way, so it's kind of almost better than drag select. In fact, I can use middle mouse on it and make this little tool here bigger or smaller. Kind of nice. Whoop. Just deselected all that. Whoopsie. Okay. Out of the tool, and then do a delete vertices. Got some more. Lots of vertices and faces in this thing, I'll tell you what. But this is all in the process of trying to just isolate these two panels that we want to use to put our decal on. Those are nice and clean. Got some nice edges to it. be able to apply that to it. But see that that conform that it's got there, it's not completely straight. You know, it's got some curvature to it. It's not completely flat. That's why I like doing it, like I said, as far as applying a decal to the side of our bonnet here, the hood of this model fashion. So, alright, see? Yeah, see, it's still highlighting the bits over here in the UV unwrap window as well. Oops. Yeah, a little bit more. A little bit at a time. Nothing wrong with that. Cool. I think we got just about all of it. A little bit more in there. You can still see some specs in there. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. Still got some more. Got some pesky little ones in there. Oh, crap. That's not what I meant to do. I highlighted one in that there. I don't want. I made this kind of big. Take it down a little bit. Cool. Yeah, that's one thing you'll notice when you're in that tool. It doesn't let you do anything else. It doesn't let you pan. Doesn't let you delete. Doesn't let you do nothing. So you have to make sure you right-click out of that to be able to do any of the other functions. It's kind of goofy, kind of a little wonky, I guess, that way. But again, could necessarily consider it, I guess, as a fail-safe. Well, just like with the delete function itself. Delete, it brings this menu up instead of just deleting whatever you got highlighted and then having to do a Control-Z potentially. Alright, so delete. I think we got it all. The way I can tell at this point, while I'm in the viewport, just do an A, and I'm in vertex. Oh, yes. And I don't see any other things highlighted beyond just those two panels there. I can do A to deselect, and that's all I got. And I can also look over here too to see what I got selected over here. So as far as the UV mapping, that's all that's left. It should be good to go. That's all it's like. So I've isolated just that. So now what I can do is apply a texture to this by itself. I think what I am going to do though, just so until I learn a little bit more as far as how to UV map a texture, as far as the logo is concerned in Blender, I'm going to do this in Max. So in order to do that, I'm going to have to export this out as an OBJ, bring that into Max as an OBJ, and then I can go from there. So we're going to kind of conclude our venture, I guess, into Blender, I guess, for now. I think that's a little enough for Blender today. Okay, let's go ahead and it's going to have that material. That's fine. Not worried about that. So do a file, export OBJ. We're going to put this right to our desktop, and we're going to name this. That's fine. We're going to leave it at that name. Hey, how we doing there, Courtney? Yeah. Very impromptu. Welcome on in. Very impromptu. It's been going pretty well. Time's been flying by here. I've been running into some roadblock, some bumps in the road here as far as working with Blender here, but yeah. Welcome on in. How are we doing today? Feels good to be back doing this here. The fact that I got my cables to hook all the monitors up there, that was the only thing I was really waiting on to get. There was no way I was going to try and do this type of thing with one monitor. So I got those earlier today. I hooked it all up. I was like, hey, sweet. And I was already getting into doing some modeling in the first place. So it's like, why don't I just stream this? And it's been a testing experience for me, I guess, as far as to see what the stress levels of the PC. The fact that I'm only using onboard video to do most of this so far is kind of amazing. And I'm using CPU encoding. It goes to show just how brutally strong, I guess for lack of a better way to put it, this processor is. Oh yeah, definitely. It's like there was absolutely no way I was gonna do this. So what I had to do to take advantage of the onboard video on the motherboard, it's got the DVI, the display, and the HDMI. I had to get separate cables, right? And I had to order them because the monitor has one jack, and then obviously the other end has, you know, on the motherboard it's like crap. So I had to get, I've got 2 cables that have HDMI on one end and display, and another one is HDMI and DVI. And thanks to Amazon, I ordered those sometime last week, and I got them today, and I'm like, sweet. So I hooked them up, and here we are. Gaming laptop for his birthday. Is it an Alienware? What type of laptop? So I did save this now. Oh wow, it did the materials too. Interesting. I don't need that, so I'm not worried about that. Yeah, what type of laptop? If I could ask. Alienware seemed to be pretty popular. This is the only reason why I asked that. Okay, so yeah, I did. When I spit this out here, because I had a material applied to it in Blender here, it spit out that MTL file, which I don't need. That's fine. Okay, what I am gonna do is save this as a new Blender file for just my decal panel. So I'm gonna rename this, save it as, just so I can refer back to it if I need to. And I'm gonna name this good, and I'll add something to it. So let's go hood decal. That'll work. Now it should put that up, down. Cool. So now I can close Blender, and I'll have this Blender file. And playlist, come on now. Thank you. Yeah. And again, I 100% apologize. I am using a YouTube Studio audio libraries just so that I can take advantage, I guess, of the copyright, the lack of copyright, and possibly getting DMCA. So if it tends to cut out, that's probably why. Because I'm not focused on that window, I guess, as far as for that to play. It tends to want to stop sometimes. So I will be getting a playlist that's local. That's more local. So won't have that problem in the future. Oh, you send the specs in DM? Nice. Okay. It's a Dell, but their brand and not Alienware. Okay. Have one myself. Okay. Well, yeah. So you're getting something that you're familiar with, at least anyway. It's something that you've already got. That's wrong. Cool. What size? Yeah, you said you sent the specs. I'll have to look at it. I'll check those out. Alright, so now I've got my Blender's file saved. So I'll go ahead and close this. What day? Fresh. That's all about. Okay, anyway, so now we've got the OBJ for that. I'm going to open up Max. I don't know how this is going to work. I have not tried to stream running 3ds Max 2014. So if this breaks the stream, we'll know why. Okay. I'm just giving forewarning. Plus I have. Oh damn! Yeah. Okay. Nice. Not the bod. I normally buy one computer at a time. I could have paid off. And hey, there you go. Nothing wrong with that. That's yeah. This is my first venture. I know I've mentioned at the beginning of the stream here. I still have the new PC on its way. The fact that this is on the repaired PC currently. So far it's showing pretty stout. So the new PC, I've gone through a different company. I've usually bought the parts and then built it myself in the past. This would have been like my 4th build, but with the way, getting a video card and all that stuff is, the market's going for that, that's kind of impossible. So I've had to go through this company, and it's the first time I've ever done it, but I will give them a lot of kudos because they stay on top of, they let me know, I guess, as far as, holdups, back orders, things that are just the flow of it, just to keep me informed as far as like, yep, it's still on track, so on. So kudos, I guess, to that, but it's, beyond that, it's just like I would have rather had the parts in my hot little hands so I could, do it myself, so I wouldn't have to pay somebody else to do it, because that's what I feel like I'm doing. And I think, honestly, that's what I feel I paid so much for it. Because if I would have been able to buy the parts myself, it would have cost that much less, in my opinion. But again, with the way the market is, it's kind of makes it hard to do that anyway. It's just put me a little bit on edge as far as going through somebody else to build a PC for me. I've always done it myself, because I like that notion of if you want it done right, do it yourself, for lack of a better way to put it. I've had plenty of luck. The only problem I've had with the PC that is now repaired is it got fried based on electrical storm. That was the better part of 4 going on 5 months ago. So back in the early part of February, it got zapped and went completely through the surge protector. The surge protection built into the PSU, right into the motherboard, and it only fried. And this is what the guy told me when he repaired it. The fact that all those fail-safes that were built into the motherboard, the PSU, and that actually saved the motherboard. And using that term loosely, saved it, because it only required to replace the voltage regulator. I gotta say it right. The VRM, that's what it's short, but the voltage regulator module, which regulates how much voltage is, trafficked, I guess, within the motherboard itself. And it was only like a $15-$20 piece, but to get it diagnosed, to come to that conclusion that was the problem, was probably about $100. So it was very inexpensive. And had I known that in the first place there, I might not have gotten the PC, but the new PC, but now I have the two, and I don't know what I'm going to do with them both. I'm still going to work out the logistics for that. The one thing I do have to my advantage, I feel, as far as having more things to work with, this PC that's got repaired still has Windows 7 Professional on it, which a lot of the programs that I use for some older games and such like that better than Windows 10. And the new one will have Windows 10. So I'll have basically 2 different PCs that'll have different possibilities there. So there is that. That's kind of the optimistic view, as far as that I look at it. So you had at least 2 cases here in your apartment that I could rebuild something in. Yeah, and I got a lot of parts, but I don't have enough to do like a full PC. Getting a GPU is almost impossible. Yeah, stupid expensive. Yeah, 100%. But this company that I've gone through, like I was saying, seemed to be the most reasonable. They weren't charging like, thousands of dollars for a video card, which I found kind of intriguing. The fact that it was still, when I break it down, as far as like that between the on the new PC anyway, the most important, the most expensive components of them would be the video card, putting it in a hierarchy: video card, CPU, motherboard. Those are probably the 3 most expensive, in that order. I think the processor, which it happens to be a RTX 3060 12GB, ended up being around $800 just for that alone, the new PC. Which I didn't feel, in comparison to some, if you go to like Newegg or whatever, as far as you get it yourself, it's way more than that. So that's kind of what I, just comparing it as far as like, okay, if I do it myself, I'm going to spend a good $300 more, $300 or more to get it myself, as compared to just go to this company. And that was the hardest piece to get, was the video card. All the rest of it I could have got, other than the video card. So, you lost way worse years ago, and had to get a full new computer. Yeah, and that's kind of where I was at right now. You still have a 1070 Alienware laptop. Okay, so that's a mobile video card for a laptop, so that wouldn't work in a PC. I have not even done much on this new PC. Still rocking the 1080. Yeah. So the fact that Racer James there has got he bought a new PC, and correct me if I'm wrong there, Racer James. You've got the i9, or is it the 10th gen i9, and then I think you maxed out your RAM. Yeah, you can probably fill us in, I guess, as far as that. I don't want to put you on the spot there, but I know you went ham, I guess, as far as on your new PC, and it's like, just as far as storage, you took advantage of the M.2 and all that stuff. I know we talked about that off stream. You got a much better system than I got coming there. It's not gonna hold a candle to what you've got. That's for darn sure. That new PC that you built is a beast as far as storage and processability and all that. Yeah, your 4 terabyte. I think you said you got the M.2. Yeah, that to me, I don't know. That's a bit extreme. That's just me. I'd much rather. I started off with 500 gig SSD. I have the ability to expand on the new one to 2 NVMe M.2 slots. So that'll have that. So I'll have that option to be able to buy NVMe M.2 slots, 2 of them potentially, and expand the memory on the new one to 128 gigs of RAM if I wanted to. I'm starting off with 16. And that's just to keep the cost down. I didn't have all the funds. It was a pain in the butt to get the funds that I did put into it so far. Yeah, I'm a file hoarder. I mean, I am too, but I get to the point where it's just like, okay, I don't need that anymore. Yeah. Yep. No, and that's understandable. So it's like if you know you like that, as far as just like that, just to have that room, I don't discount that at all. I mean, that's a good way to go. I've got so much that I've, when I was in that realm of, getting rid of this, I totally wrote that PC off. It's just like, I'm done. I'm just gonna sell it, see what I can get for it. I chunked out a lot of stuff. It's just like, nope, not using it. It's just like, I'm just gonna put it down to the bare minimum. And that's what initially happened. So just to kind of reiterate what I was saying earlier in the stream about when I took it to the local PC shop here, my main mission was just to sell it, period. And he talked me into like getting it, having him putting it on, bench testing it to see what's wrong. And I was just concerned with putting any more money into it. He's just like, okay, let's put it on there, see what's wrong with it, and we'll go from there. I'm like, sweet. So once he he tested it out, found out what was wrong with it, and it ended up being, like I said, ended up being about $100. At the end of the day, to fix the part, to diagnose it, and whatever. And now it's a fixed PC, and it's been running like a champ for the last almost 3 hours now. So, new folder nest, yeah. Right. Yeah, I was guilty of that too for a while, and I find myself doing that quite a bit with the modding. You do that. It's like you put copies of stuff in different subfolders, whatever like that, and before you know, you got like several subfolders, new folder on top of new folder. It's like, yeah, it gets ridiculous sometimes. But yeah, I've cleaned up a lot of that prior to, like I said, as far as like I just getting rid of that PC and just writing it off. And so now I'm pretty clean on this one, so I want to keep it that way if I can. May not happen, but I'm gonna try. All right, so let's open up Max. I always gave the fair warning. This is gonna be a nice little bench test for streaming this to see if it'll actually kill it. We'll find out here. So let's go ahead and launch Max. Hopefully this holds up. Dump to desktop in it, right? Nope, I didn't. Yeah, that's not the approach I took. I went through each thing like, it's like, do I need it? You know, it was like yes or no. It just went that fast. It's like, do I need it? Nope. Do I need it? Nope. And if I did, you know, and I'd put it on in a separate location, and I'd flash drive it or whatever, just to get it off the hard drive, and then I reformatted it, took it down to the shop, and be like, here you go. And here I am. So I got a fresh format of the drive. I only have the one drive on this repaired PC, which is a 1 tera, and even as it stands right now, I'm probably only using about 300 megs with the OS and all that stuff installed to it. So if anything, I got a nice clean install of, you know, it's nice and fresh. I can start over. So I've been watching myself as far as what I intend to do. My initial goal with getting the new PC is only having the gaming stuff on it. Anything that's the workhorse stuff as far as the modding is going to probably remain on the repaired one. That's my initial thought. So anything I want to do for Spline Design Studios Saturday, like I am now, is going to come off that repaired PC. Getting a video capture card so I can read that through and stream it. Go vice versa between the two PCs. I still need to work out the logistics of that, but that's kind of my initial thought process behind it. So Max is loaded. So far we're still here. That's good. Very good. Been Windows PC over 25 years and never used the Microsoft folder structure. Oh, you talking about their default stuff? You know, like, yeah, I think I know what you mean. So like how they've got their, yeah, for their music and stuff like that. Yeah, I've got stuff in mind. Like I've got some, this is all local music, I'm not playing any of this because for fear of copyright, but yeah. I do use that, and I think that's what you mean, James, I guess, as far as using that. I do use Windows file structures, I guess, as far as for some things like music. So that it, you can, I understand you can point a lot of that kind of stuff to, you know, like your media player, I guess, to a location on your desktop or whatever. Make your own. I understand you can do that. It's just that I've always used just the Windows file structure for that type. Okay, so like I said, Max is loaded. Here we go. Oh, you do now, as far as on the new PC? Yeah, I think some of the things that are built in to Windows like that are useful in that regard. Notice to kind of keep things simple and, you know, easy to find. Because sometimes you create a folder, be like, where the hell did I put the damn thing? You know, that's the point that I got myself to, I guess, prior to cleaning it out and sending it over to the shop and actually trying to sell it. All right, so let's go ahead and try to open this OBJ that we exported from Blender. Import. Let's find it on our desktop. I got it over on my other monitor here. Thanks to my new cables. And this. I want to open. I thought I did it as. Hold on. I thought I named it. I guess I did do it as hood. Okay. Oh, that was the Blender file I did it. Never mind. Okay. I had to double check to see how I did that. Play? Come on. Go ahead and... There we go. Alrighty then. So let's try and open this one. So I named the Blender file as different than I did the OBJ. So that's all I wanted. So again, desktop. You can see how clean the desktop I got. I do have some things on my other monitor, but prior to doing that, you know, because like I said, I had to reacquire a lot of the stuff that I had, you know, as far as for streaming and stuff like that, and other projects that I had, and that's why I say. But previously, before I did a cleanup, this whole freaking window, I had to actually expand it out here to get it all in here. I had so much crap on my desktop, it was ridiculous. And a lot of the stuff, it's like, I'm not even gonna do anything with it. Anyway, here's our OBJ. Load it in, and it's just naming it default, okay. And there's our panels. So now I'm gonna have to scale this, I think. Nope, shouldn't have to. Cool. So it kept the scaling. What I was kind of hoping. That's what I was kind of hoping. So I don't know. Here, let me try something real quick. I'm gonna go, because I got the model right here. I'm gonna export this hood, OBJ, and bring that in there. I want to see if the scaling's correct. I'm not sure if it's too small. Not sure if it maintained that properly. Let me see here. So, just to confirm, let's go hood there. I'm gonna export this selection. Desktop as okay. And we'll do this something separate from that other one. So we'll do R. Good, but I'll mark this one as GE so I know which one's what. GE for giant setter. That should have spit that out. Here. Now I'll import that to our scene. I'll have to I should have to rescale that to, they'll bring it in massive. If I do a 1, it should line up with this one here as far as the scale of that. That's what I want to be able to double check. That's the whole purpose of it. Import. Nada. This one should be huge, which it is. That's to be expected. And then go to scale. Bring it down. And that's only because of the units that you use upon export and bringing it into max. The units that I'm using, it makes it large. So you have to know that. Okay, so now that's going to be 1. So this should be the same size as it is in here. By doing so that done, we can go translate and okay. That should line up with our decal. It does. That's what I wanted to see. So the fact that I can put this decal now right over top of this, that's what I wanted to confirm, that the scale was correct. So now I know I can put. So what I'm going to end up doing, like I was saying earlier, is probably segregating both of these sides. Hey, look at this here. It might not be bad just to leave it like that. Might not be any clipping at all. Hey, just go ahead and leave it like this. I'll position this. Yeah, let's put this into position here. That might be just fine. I might not need to separate that. I might just leave it. There's a little bit of clipping there, right? But I can adjust that, massage that. Keeping in mind that when I apply this texture, it's going to have an alpha channel to it in the texture. So it's going to, yeah, you're not going to get this boxy feel to it once I apply the decal to the model in here, right? You're not going to see all these edges. All you're going to see is just the masked off area of the decal that we're actually applying to that. Okay. But it might... Whoopsie. My piece, dang it. See, this is what I like about... That's the difference that with Max here is you got this list here of different parts that you have in your scene, where I wish they had something like that in Blender. Maybe they do and I just don't know where it is. But like I was saying before, it usually would populate if you duplicate a piece. It'll highlight over in that tree, and it wasn't doing that, so I'm not 100% sure why. That's just, you know, just differences between Max and Blender, at least. Working through that. So we want that piece. I'm actually going to rename this. Oh, I want to name it decal. Yeah, let's do capital. Decal. Okay. So I might massage this a little bit so you can see that clipping. So the difference between the bonnet itself and this decal, got a little clipping there. I might just that vertex out a little bit. That doesn't look too bad. Pretty, actually. I like that. See, in a way, other way I can check here too. That's selected here. Go on the X. So the same as Blender, you've got your Y on the green, X on the red, and then your Z on the blue. And the bars of transfers. That's similar. So let's go on the X here. Weird. Going so high. Ow. That only moved that one. Might have to change my increments on that. Okay. That might be all that is. Anyway, just trying to tick that. See how much. Probably do it this way too. Yeah, so you kind of get an idea of really how close that is to that. What I'm trying to eliminate is any potential clipping, which on this side I still got a little bit. I might have to massage those, probably just this point right here actually. Going to vertex. Which changes to a poly for like that. Vertex. And this vertex right down. Oh. Oh. There we go. You can just massage that a little bit. Here. Yep. Kind of massage it a little bit. I don't have anyone there. That might not be too bad though. That might not be too terrible. Nope. May not be. Now, if I wanted to, I could probably split this again. I could do that a lot easier in here than I could in Blender. Split this here so I can actually manipulate that a little bit. Let's see here. I want to be careful not to move a lot of these here. I don't want to disturb the integrity of the contour, right? There's plenty of ways I can you know, adjust that down here, but what I would rather do is add cuts into here rather than to manipulate what's already here. This one here I could probably bring out a little bit. That's really the only spot. Alright, let's see here. I'm going to use, hold on, point an editable poly. I'm going to cut, and I'm going to use some edge snaps. This is the difference like I was showing in Blender. You have these options here. If you select, say, vertex snap, when you select the vertex and snap it to another vert, it's in all directions. Whereas in Blender, you have to do it each direction. That's one thing I do like about Max in comparison to Blender. Again, just to compare. So I want to go edge snaps. This function, so we'll go snaps. And it's still a magnet, just like it is in Blender. But what I want to do is create a cut between these two right here so I can this out. And the way to do that, looking nice. Yeah, it's getting there. Oh, thanks for sticking around there, Apache. Looking pretty good. Yeah, it is turning out pretty nice. Thanks. We're getting there. So yeah, what I want to get to is at least applying that texture that I showed earlier to this here once I get it adjusted. What I want to do, cut this, and with the edge snaps on here, what I can do is I can select which edge I want to start it with. So I want to start right here, and I want to cut right across to that one. That one selected, drag it to here. That. Oops. There. So that should put a cut right there. Now I should have two vertices there of the snaps. But so now I should have a couple of I gotta go this. Orthographic will eliminate all that clipping. Noticing there. Come on, playlist. What are you? I'll be so glad. I am going to be working on as far as like having a more fluid playlist, I guess, as far as in the background there. Copyright free, all that good stuff, so I don't have all these stops in it. Okay, so now I should have 2 vertices based on that cut, and now I can massage this. Just to eliminate, because definitely you will notice that once you apply the texture to this, if you've got any adverse clipping in that, you're going to notice that. Definitely. So there. See, and that's something I don't know is possible to do in Blender. 100% how to do that, as far as like what I just did with that cut between 2 edges of a poly or a face. I'm sure there probably is a method there, but I wasn't sure, so I just kind of took the approach that I did when I knew. Okay, so that's there. Noise. Okay, so now we got that all nice and tweaked. There's a little bit of clipping here. I don't think that's going to be an issue, and if it is, we can always come in here and edit it. What I'm going to do, I'm going to create a material for this decal. I don't really need one for this. I'm just using this as a reference where this piece is going to go. So what I'll do is I'll create a material, so open up the material editor, and we're going to create a name for this and all that. And I'll probably call this, let me see. I think there's one in here that's under decal matte. I just want to double check here. So, yeah, so body decal, which is this John Deere swoosh that's on this model currently, and that has decal matte. So what I'll probably do is just call this one in here just decal matte, just to make it general. I don't want to do anything that's specific, like Apache or whatever, because if you put a different logo on that, it's not going to coincide. So just from a 3D modeler standpoint, I like to keep those terms, I guess, as far as the materials, generic. That way, if you did want to apply something else to it in the form of a texture, those will at least make sense. Alright, so let's go standard on this. Don't need anything fancy on this, so we're going to go standard. And then name this material decal matte. Matte being short for material. And then we're also going to go ahead and point initially here to that texture I showed earlier. Already previously created right here. And then we're going to go ahead and apply that to it. Now it's not going to look right. It's not UV mapped yet. It's not unwrapped, so it's going to look funky, but that's okay. We're going to fix that. Alright, now with the textures applied to that model, now we can go into unwrap, which I have a shortcut here, and go through this business here as far as all your, whoops, I haven't used it in so long, I don't remember what the heck it is. But yeah, you can go down to the drop down and choose the unwrap here. I just made it quicker as far as I use that quite a bit. So, alright, so now this is the unwrap. Now I can go into the edit window, and with that texture applied, I'll be able to select that texture here. Here it is initially, and it should have all those initial polys right here. Now I'm going to have to unwrap those. And I think initially what I'll do is just a quick planar. See what that comes up to. I might have to do a flatten map. What have you? We'll see what this playlist is driving me nuts. Why are you not focused on this? I don't know why it's making me select those manually. It's really irritating. I'm gonna fix that. Don't you worry, I will get that. Just been lurking while doing some personal edits. Nice. Cool. What kind of edits are we working on? Richard James. I'll be sure to keep my eyes. Okay, cool. All right, James. I'm sorry I missed you. I'm sorry I missed you. Appreciate stopping by though. And yeah, so I am definitely expect probably by next week. I don't know. It's pending once the new PC gets here next week. That's still tentative. We'll see how that works out. I may or may not be able to stream depending on, you know, just working out the logistics for things. But yeah, definitely keep your eyes peeled, like you said. Okay. What kind of edits are you doing there, Apache, as far as personal edits? Like capacities on things, or yeah. So now that we got this unwrapped, and right here, got it here. Now what we need to do is select the polys. Now we can do it from either right here in the edit window or in our viewport over here. I am going to do it from here. So by polys, this is where I can drag select that all. I might do these independently now that I think of it. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to do them both at the same time. Let me try that just to see what kind of result I get. If it turns out alright, I might just go with it. Let's do a quick planar. Like so. Nope, that's not going to work. So, let's do Control Z. That back. Alright, so I'm probably going to have to reapply the mapping, which is fine. Okay. That up. Texture. Alright, so probably what I'll do is I'll do them independently. I'm going to do these by doing that. So each of these over here is one side. Oh, that's vertex mode. I want polys. So polys. Bases. Get them all highlighted like so. And let's do... Oh crap, I don't want to do that. Nope. I had to discipline myself there, so if I do that key, that's going to stop the stream. I don't want to do that. So, alright, so do quick planar. Alright, you can kind of see it there. What I was going to do is unhighlight that, but you can see the texture is roughly applied to that. But now we got to put it in the position. Well, here it is right here. That's the panel. Now we just got to line this up with the texture itself. This is all part of EVW Unwrap. Getting your texture, the face that you have applied based on the model position texture. That is the whole concept of... Oh, this is irritating me as far as having to... I'm definitely going to be trying to fix that next time. By next time, there's the playlist. Okay. So anyway, back to this. Now we just got to line this up. I'm going to see if I can get this on one... both for my purposes and y'all's purposes. So now we can see exactly how that's being applied. Always. This move. So what I'm not worried about is the fact that I know in the texture there is a mask as far as an alpha channel. So the only thing that's really going to show is anything inside. So anything that's black on these borders here is not going to show. Okay. Don't pay attention, I guess, as far as what's happening in here, as far as on the pop, because it won't look that way once I export it out and apply it to the actual model. Now, keeping in mind, too, that I selected way more than I think I really needed to have for that side, but it gives me a lot more real estate to be able to work with as far as applying that. That was definitely good. I want to get that guess just to follow the bottom edge of that channel to the very top edge of that. Hopefully you can all see that. Yeah, I'm gonna have a lot of adjustability in this, what I like. I'm glad I chose to go more faces on that than I originally was thinking. Okay, good start right there. Not be perfect yet, but good start. So I can see how this is already starting to show here, so it's already starting to repeat. Might have to adjust that. And yeah, see, so what's happening is I might have to close that up a little bit here because it's starting to apply the texture again on that. I know. See, this was part of the reason why I needed to make this this part of the bonnet no more flush, because having the vents there, you wouldn't be able to do this. Oh, farm entrance sign. Okay, cool. Check those out. Okay, I thought maybe some equipment in that. Yeah, that's pretty cool too. Alright, so what I want to do is, so what I'm focusing on is this edge here. I don't want that to repeat again. Texture. That. That's better. Now if I do this, yep, you kind of get the idea now. Now if I render this, let's see how that looks. There we go. There's our logo. And as I was saying, because you got this gray in here, that won't show. This part will be masked. This gray, these gray areas here that are outside where that black is, that's not going to show. Let's see, I think I need to adjust that edge a little bit more. So what it's going to happen is, that's kind of what I was wondering. I don't know if I want to bring that down more, because this slope that's here on this channel, I wanted there to be a little bit more of a flow there. But I don't know. What I initially was going by is just having this swoosh will kind of blend into this top channel that's up on this part of the bonnet. I might just move that down a little bit, but there's not quite as much of a wedge here. Keeping in mind, this gray that's right here, this silver or whatever you want to call it, that's not going to show the final decal. So that will be a hard line there. Now I could, in theory, is actually adjust the texture so that it actually fills this in a little bit better. That's another option. I can do a wireframe. I can export this wireframe of this model and actually apply that to the texture and then adjust the texture accordingly. If I wanted to. I might do that. Might just. That's anyway, that's where we're at so far with it. Let's do that to the other side. Play around with that. Same thing as I just did there. I need to go. Whoop. Oh, grabbing the window. All right, so now I need to grab these polys. Not getting them all. Oh. Okay, so what else? Try this. I'm gonna do a paint tool selection. So this is somewhat similar to what Spline Blender has as far as like the selection tool. What I can do is just this. The only thing with this one here, I can't resize it like I can in Blender. It's just the one size, so it's like that's kind of a. So another pro and con, I guess, to Max as opposed to Blender. All right, so I only got these polys. Oh, okay. So I had I had some of that selected. All right, no problem. What we'll have to do is quick planer. This has got a different conformity. That's okay. I'm gonna leave that the other side that I did. I'm not doing anything to that, but I'm going to use that as a reference to line this one up. I'm already seeing what might potentially be the problem. I got this is sloping this way, that sloping this way. So I might have to, in the texture, I might have to make two different, I may have to make opposing decals. Accommodate that. That's fair. That could easily be done. So I want to accommodate this. As you can see, this one's sloping down this way, and this one's sloping down this way. Now I can do this, possibly flip this, but that's going to make that backwards. I don't want that. If I was to try to make these both going in the same direction here, that's not going to work. I might have to make opposing deals, which is not hard to do. I think that might be what I'll do. Is I'll do opposing within the same texture itself. That will not be hard. Let's flip that back. But what I'm going to do is roughly get this into position as far as the scaling of it. And do is take it and it. Up this way. I want to keep them separate because I want to be able to take this one now. Select all of that one. I'm going to move it down. Might even have to make the texture bigger. Yeah, might have to. Might have to make the texture bigger if I have to do this. Not a big deal either. Let's do this. Go ahead. Whoa, hang on. Yeah. Alright, so we'll start off with that. So we're gonna have to make our texture bigger. So we're probably gonna have to go like a 1024 tall. I think currently I got it at although I have this 512 wide by 256. So I might just be able to go 512 by 512. And then I'll make two opposing. I'll make one going this way and then mirror it and go the other way. Yep, that should be alright. Okay. That should be. Okay, I should be able to do that. Alright, so. What I want to do. So when I do this template, this I'm going to do it 512 by 512. That's the texture. That's the size of the texture I'm going to make. I want to be this compliant 512 by 5. Oh, I'm going to run into this problem again. Okay, I gotta remember how I fix. Dang it. Lost the windows. It's happened to me before where I've shoot, I lost the window again. So I gotta remember what I did. There's a little trick here. So like when you're using multiple monitors, I ran into this problem before. So what's happened when I created that UV template, it pops out another window. But the problem is it doesn't put it in my taskbar, right? So in order to get that window back, to be able to find it anyway on one of my monitors, is it over here? Let me see. Maybe it is over here. Nope. Oh, maybe I might have threw it over there. It did not. Shoot. So it's hiding somewhere in between two of my monitors here. Hold on. Bear with me. So like a mirror, I guess, as far as if we were talking about the texture, that's basically what I'll do. I'll do a mirror image. Where is my... Might have to do a cascade. Oh, this is so annoying. I hate when he keeps stopping music. That. I'm having to manually select those. I don't like that. I'm going to be fixing that by next time. Alright, so... hopefully this doesn't break anything. That did not do it. Done. Nope, that did not do it. Okay, so that's a bummer. Well, that might be a little bit tough. I gotta figure out how to get can't remember that trick. Get the windows back when it I know it's in here somewhere, I just gotta find it. That UV template that it just there. And resize it. Okay. Bear with me, folks. I just gotta do something here. Hang it. Okay, so now, yeah. So basically, what the deal is, I go into this one here and I go into my tools, render. When I render this, it pops up a new window, but the problem is that it's putting it like in between two monitors and it's not putting it fully on one monitor. So let me try something. I had to do this earlier. Hopefully it doesn't break anything. Try this. Switch some of my monitors out there. It might get a little weird, I guess, on the screen there. Find that. So let's do. Bear with me. Flip-flop those, if that does it. This is not a problem with the program. It's just because I've just today set up the new monitor. So as far as how it's reading them all, I guess, as far as to be one complete desktop, if you will. That's the only problem. So I haven't set that up yet, so this is, I'm kind of tweaking it as I go along. Hopefully this will maintain. Does, but not seeing. Hoping that would have worked. Oh, you're killing me. I have to switch my primary. This is gonna get a little messy probably, so. I'm gonna move one. No. So my main monitor's there, okay. Oh, this is weird. I don't like that at all. So where's this one at? There it goes. Close that. Okay, try it again. There it is, found it. This is what I was looking for, right here. Found it. All right, so now, yeah, this is the little window that was hiding. You can't see it, but I can, so that's. Why do I got two of them? Holy crap! Close this one. I'm gonna switch this back here in a second, so bear with me. I found it. That's the good thing. Now. Here. Sure. Nope, I can flip flop these. Problem. Good. And there we go. So I think I got it back correct here. Got that here. Complete. All right. So hopefully it stays this way. Now let's bring it back. All right. Here we go. So the window I was looking for was this bad boy. So what was happening when I was doing the render UV template? It was throwing it somewhere that I couldn't get to. But it's right here. So hopefully, by rearranging my monitors as far as the flow of it, stay on the primary. Hopefully. So what this is here, when I render UV template, that's the actual UV mapping that I just applied to both those panels. So I can take this and apply it to my texture and adjust the texture accordingly. That's the whole. Okay. That's what we're going to do now. We're going to take this thing here. We want to save this file as a PNG with an alpha channel. And then we're just going to name this wire. Doesn't really matter because I'm just going to apply that to our texture that we're going to apply mirror images, and then use that to adjust our texture accordingly. And we want it to be, yep, RGB alpha channel. Okay. Make sure it saved it right here. Now we're going to load this up in our paint program. Like so. So there's our wire. Now, what I am going to do, I'm going to save this one just like it is, keep it like it is, but I'm going to make totally separate texture. That's 512 by 12. 512 and make the mirror images. And then, yeah, we'll go from there. Alright, so go to this. I'm going to turn that off. Alright, and then I'm going to... Cool. I'm going to make this a separate image. Like that. Take this one. Now, to make a mirror image of this. Now, I can't do a simple... Let me try something here. If I go like this... Let me try this. If I go image, here, and then flip, that might work. Hold on. So let's make a new image, another image, 512 by 512. Put that into that. Should already be at 512. Yep. Cool. Now we put a background color to have some contrast. And we'll take this. Let's flip this back real quick. Copy that. Paste this into a new layer. That down. That into there. Now we should have nope. So we need the slope. Nope, we need that to yeah. So the wording is going to have to get redone. Okay. Let's bring our wire in here. This is where the wire comes really handy. So. That's our wire. This is what the wire we want to go by. Wow, those are way different. Got way more surface area on this one here than we do. Kind of weird. Okay. Let's see here. It is cutting some of that off too. I'd have to make some adjustments. Bottom line is what I'll have to do. Take this. Oh. What's gonna have to happen? It's got to be this way, but I got to put the verbiage in the other direction, obviously. It won't be too hard. But what I need is to have this one like this. Posing like that. Basically that, and then just have the verbiage going the other way. What I should be able to do... couple of different ways I can do this, but I think what I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna take this verbiage I can combine these two. That. Here's merge. That, paste that in there. Now I can take this, rotate that, freeze that way, and apply that. There's a separate layer for now. This side. Oop. Up. See it? Gonna be going this direction. And what I'll need to do is edit out. Oh, for a sec. Go in. I think I'll just go ahead and paint that line. I'm gonna select that color. That under paintbrush. A little bit. Paint this all out here. We got that that new text that we got in a separate light. Take this one out. Wrong line. This is one way to do it. Now. That way. Okay. Now. Merge these. Now with this wire, just to make sure that it's going to put it in the proper conformity here, alignment blocks. Hey, how we doing there, J-Man? No, actually, this is the repaired PC. Repaired PC. The new PC is still on its way. So yeah, I figured I needed some new cabling. New cabling for the monitors. I just ran into a little bit of a hiccup, I guess, with that earlier. As far as making all of them talk to each other, I guess, properly. So I had to adjust that previously there. Welcome on in there. How we doing there, Jay, man? How's it going? Yeah. Repaired PC, and I'm using all onboard video. Imagine that. I've got a plethora of different style cables to take advantage of all the outputs to the onboard video, the DVI, display, and HDMI. Yeah, 'cause that was one thing that was keeping me from doing anything at all as far as streaming, was trying to do it with one monitor. There was no way that was going to work. You know, but I have run into some struggles, like I said, as far as getting the monitors to kind of cooperate here. Alright, so now I want to take this wire. I put these alignment blocks here just to ensure that it's going to lock into the proper position. Hopefully this will work like I'm expecting it to, so we'll do copy that. And alright. Fair enough, so that's why I just put those just to make sure that it's going to lock it in. Alright, I guess it is. What I find to be a bit strange is the fact that this one's got a lot more surface area on this side than it does. Even though I've got that is really strange. Okay. I expect it to be a little bit closer, I guess, to this. You know what I mean? Here. I think I know why it's doing that. Because I still have... That's why it is. It's 100% why it's... So the fact that I forced it to 512, and the fact that I only got still a 250 amp, that's why. I'm going to say, why is it doing? Alright, let's close that. Hopefully that'll come up there. Yeah, so what the reason why it's not looking the same as I notice in the this window is because this texture that I got applied to this is still a 256 by 512. The fact that I'm trying to force it to 512, it's stretching it. That's why it looks the way it does in this rendered UV template. I need to not go by this one at all. So let's close that. But what I need to do is create this texture and bring that into max and then create a UV template based on that. Okay, so pump this out. Okay. And we're gonna create a new texture. So this one I named a piece here. And we'll name this something separate than what we've already got in there, so we know which one's which. Do layers, flatten. I'm not gonna worry about the alpha channel or anything like that yet. I just want to get that size defined in max, at least anyway. File, save as. You can always change that later. We need this as a yes, and we're going to name it L2. For now, DTX1 with no bitmaps. You can always change that later too. Eventually, we will have an alpha channel in it, which will require, I guess, a DTX5. Alright, so let's put this. Alright, now I'm going to bring that into max. Here. Let it open. Apply this texture here to this one now. It's going to be jacked up, but that's okay. Applied, and then we also need to update it. Yeah, there we go. Now when I go ahead and spit this out here, it's going to be in that compliance. That'll be mine. Okay, now let's go ahead. In fact, what I'll do first is this. We select these side. I'm gonna do a new planner map just to make sure. Planner. Yeah, this will be upside down. Anyway, yeah, this is upside down. Have to flip it. Wait. So that way. How is this gonna work? Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to do. So we got that same contour as we do with this swoosh. We'll be able to follow that same. That's kind of what I was. So I think this will work. I might have to really adjust that texture. This is where that getting that UVW template will come in handy. I'll be able to adjust the texture to accommodate this contour that we got in mapping. Be able to more conform it to that. We'll get this roughly into position, and then we can go from there. really rough. Yeah. We'll leave it like that for now. We'll have to adjust the texture for sure, just accommodate that. Alright, now let's do this. These. Good. And liner there. Okay, and yep. Good. Right. Up. Hello? Make sure. You want a playlist? You can do it. Is this thing doing that? Well, that's the end of the list, that's why. Alright, back to the top of the list again. How long have we been here? Oh, damn, it is over 4 hours. Yeah, I got it. Basically a little over 2 hours in the playlist here, so probably gonna be ended this pretty soon because I need to get some food. I definitely didn't intend, I guess, to go this long, but I'm gonna finish this up here and at least do the UV template. Get this roughly into position here, and we'll continue this for probably for next time. Well, let's just finish this up here. Probably why my stomach's been growling. Eat some foods. Alright, so what I'm in the process of doing here is create another UV template. UV template. Roughly. Sounds like a news report with this particular song collection here. Okay. Got somewhat the same conformity, but it's just a little bit more abstract on this side for some reason. Really strange. Yeah, so there's a lot more wedge in here. This is what I refer to. There's a lot more wedge here than there is at this. If I try to go to adjust this here, it's going to affect how this appears on that. So I'm going to have to just adjust the texture to accommodate that. That's why I need to produce the UVW template. Alright, leave it at that. That gives you somewhat of an idea of how that deco will apply to that. Too bad. Yeah, so see the clipping in here, but if I render it, definitely don't see the clipping. So that's a good sign. As long as we don't see any clipping here in the render, it should be okay. Alright, so what we need to do once again is templates here. And we need to select all that. And tools. Let's see if it'll split this. So we need this to be 512 by 512. Ah, I did it again, you son of a gun, you. Why does it keep doing that? Oh my goodness. I gotta figure out why it keeps not wanting to. It keeps hiding that window for some reason. Oh my goodness. Killing me, Smalls. Yeah, I definitely got to figure that out. That's something I'm gonna have to figure out post fact. This is you know, a little bit of you know, testing things out to see how everything's gonna work out here. And so far, one of the main problems that I'm finding here is anytime I want to do a render UV template, it's hiding that window that pops up when I hit that in between one of my monitors. So I have to keep. I shouldn't have to do that. I gotta figure out why it's doing it. So that's probably a good place to probably end this for now. I appreciate everybody that did stop by, I guess, for this very impromptu rendition of Spline Design Studios Saturday. Do look forward to future streams, as far as at least for Saturdays. Keeping in mind, like I said, I do have the new PC will be showing up sometime before the end of next week, so it might be a little bit up in the air, I guess, as far as whether or not I'll be able to stream for next Saturday. But definitely keep it on your schedule. Keep your eyes peeled, I guess, for that. Let's take a look here and see what we've got for potential raid targets. So I'm going to send you off to somebody, I guess, that deserves a look. Let's see, who do we got that's on here? So give me a second here. Once I do find somebody here, I will let y'all know. Alright. Let's see here. Who's looking good here? I think I got an idea. This is where I'll send you. He's a pretty cool dude. He's currently playing some RimWorld. I don't think he's got his interactions as far as Twitch interactions on there, so it's just a playthrough. But very cool dude, and you'll enjoy him as much as I do. And if you want to stick around there, I guess as far as for that raid, I appreciate it if you do. If not, that's totally understandable as well. Again, I appreciate everybody that did stop by for this very impromptu rendition of Spline Design Studios Saturday. Again, keep your eyes peeled out there. I don't think the bot put the information out there. I am on all the social medias, so let's put that out there. So I do got the Rock Nation Discord. I'm also on the Twitter, and we got our Spline Design Studios Facebook group page. That kind of serves as our forum for our website, splinedesignstudios.com. Again, thank you for everybody. Patchy, I know there's probably quite a few people in here that are lurking. I will see you all again real soon, I hope. If nothing else, by next Saturday. If not, within a close proximity of that. So, again, thank you very much. I'm going to switch this over to raid scene here. And we're going to roll some credits. I know we had some scribberies. Didn't really have... It was pretty... it was a very... very mild stream, and that's what I liked. I didn't want to get it too crazy because I wasn't sure how much this PC was going to be able to handle it all. So I appreciate y'all bearing with me on it. Let's go ahead. I gotta learn how to do this again. Bear with me. There it is. All right, there we go. Cool. So yeah, we did have the VIP, so that is still working. Sweet. Again, we will see y'all again hopefully really soon. Oh, it's not gonna do it. Hold on. Oh. Hold on. Fixed it. Nope. So the raid did not work that way. So let me redo this. Work with me. again, I really do appreciate it, I guess, for those that do join in on the raid. If you don't, it's totally understandable. But let me put the link out here too, just in case this raid doesn't work, because it just failed on me here. I'm going to put the link to where I'm going to be sending you all, so at least you all know that. This is where, oh, whoa. Here we go. This is where I'm sending you all. I'll put it out there a couple times just to make sure, because in case anybody had to refresh. So in case the raid doesn't work, that's where I'm sending you all, and we will see you all again real soon. Like I said, let's try it again. Bye for now.